have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like, fuck it, where my mask at? Then mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side daddy shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead ops if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
Holy smokes, what's going on, y'all? Happy Thursday? Happy Thursday to everybody. What's going on, y'all? Y'all know that that's my boy, Brother Eric, 16 to Life. Go check him out, man. I do have permission to use that music. How about that? Go and check out Brother Eric, 16 to Life. Funny dude, man. Good dude, man. Good dude, man. Just a straight shooter. And go check him out over there at 16 to Life at his own YouTube page and 16tolife.com, where you can get some of his music, and he's got other stuff there, man. Sweaters, clothes, whatever you need over there, he's got it. All right. Guess what, y'all? Guess who we got in the building? Now, y'all don't want to guess who we got in the building. Y'all don't want to know. We got and guess who's cammed up too? Oh, man. Y'all came on the right day. My sister Patrice is in the building. What's going on, sis?
What's up, bro?
What's happening? What's
happening?
All right, so my sister had a good idea. She said, Clarence, man, why don't we do this now? Why don't we talk about these narcissistic situations out here? And, you know, maybe we can help some people. Now, Rico was supposed to be here, so I don't know. Maybe he got tied up or something. So, Patrice, how you doing today?
I'm good, brother. How you doing?
Man, blessed is the best word I can use in English. But that's, whew, talking about blessed, man.
It's a beautiful thing to still be alive and amongst the living, right?
Yeah, man, and have people that you can talk to, man, that makes sense. I got 3 sons, man. Sometimes I'm sitting around and saying, am I the crazy one? Am I the crazy one here?
Exactly.
But appreciate you. I appreciate everybody. Let me get some shout outs in the chat real quick, sis.
To the chat.
Yeah, shout out to the chat. Shout out OG Patrice. Oh, you already up here, girl. Vaughn Bryant, glad to have you in the building, my brother. Risa Neal, glad to have you in the building, sis. Appreciate you. Quantum, good to have you in the building. Risa, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Vaughn, oh man, thank you guys for doing this stuff, man. I appreciate you, man. Every little bit helps me. I appreciate y'all. And y'all know, if you got a wrench, don't wait for me to. If you see somebody having a problem in the chat, you could just yank them like carrots out of the ground. You just yank them, you know. Let them come crying to me, right? Brother Tony, where you been, brother? Good to see you in the building. Good to see you in the building. All right, so Patrice, we want to talk about narcissism, and I looked at that video. I said that was a pretty good video. That's a pretty good video that you sent me. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a look at that, man, kind of break that one down a little bit. How'd you run into that video? How'd you get that video?
Well, I was actually hip to that video from years ago. And I'll tell my story with that experience, right? With actually having an experience of dealing with someone that was diagnosed and certified.
Oh man.
Like real talk, like I saw the paperwork, the medication and everything, someone that was a friend of mine, right?
Yeah.
Man, and yeah, and I had to let that friendship go because of the person was that type. And when you're in any type of friendship, relationship, or anything like that with someone that's certified or been diagnosed with that, it's very toxic and very dangerous. So I thought it was important that we need to talk about these things more, especially in the Black community, because we tend to shun them, sweep them under the rug, not want to talk about it. But and you know, and just noticing a lot of certain behaviors too from, you know, certain people, you know, in these YouTube streets that seem to be having some mental illness issues. So I think it's important to talk about, right?
Yeah, it is definitely, because you know the sad part about it is a lot of us we just we take a lot of their, well, we might see people who have mental illness issues, and we take their behavior personally. We don't realize this is an illness that they have, and it's driving them to do certain things based on being stimulated some type of way. And so we would take it, you know, personally sometimes, and then we have to go back and say, uh-oh, this person. So it's good to have something like what you were talking about, and like this video that will kind of show us that, hey, it's really an illness. It's really an illness.
You know what, bro, Clarence, and hopefully, you know, with everybody seeing this video, really can really kind of break down for themselves. And let's put the disclaimer up there. First of all, we are not mental health or medical advisors, but it's so much research that you can do on your own, where you can actually start to notice if you have family members or friends that have 3, 4, 5, 6, or even all of these traits, where you can kind of notice that there may be a problem with the loved one, right?
Yeah.
So, but I'm gonna speak from my own experience with it, and actually, actually seeing the paperwork and the diagnosis and the medication of someone that was close to me. So, yeah.
All right, let me shout out April Carter. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Appreciate you. All right, we're going to go into this video now, and then I guess me and Patrice will kind of just break it down, and we'll take it from there, y'all. Okay.
Bro Clarence, before I say that, before you start that too, I want to say rest in peace and prayers and condolences to Master P's daughter, who just passed away Monday. She was battling with mental illness and addiction. So she just passed away Monday. So shout out to her family and his family, and prayers and condolences for the loss. Like, you guys, mental illness is real. And then when you put it on top of an addiction, it makes it even worse. So I just want to say that before we get started.
That is terrible, man. I was reading about that today, and I was like, I was thinking about bringing her up here anyway, but holy smokes, that is a terrible situation, man. That is a terrible situation. Shout out to the Miller family, man. Oh man, that's a terrible situation. All right, let's. How old?
She was 29.
Oh my God, man, that's horrible. That's horrible. All right, let's try to learn something, y'all. Let's watch this video real quick here. And here we are.
Hi, my name is Dr. Daniel Fox, and I'm a licensed psychologist in the state of Texas and an expert in the area of personality disorders. And I've been getting a lot of emails and questions and comments recently about narcissistic traits and narcissistic personality disorder. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to make a video to address that and clear out some of that confusion. And what this video is going to do, it's going to go beyond the grandiose type or covert type, even though we're going to talk a little bit about some of those components that are involved in those. But what I want to do, again, is clear out that confusion between narcissistic traits, narcissistic personality disorder, and help you sort of pinpoint and get a feel for different presentations of what are narcissistic traits and narcissistic personality disorder. If you're dealing with these folks, or these folks are in your life in some way, it is very common to feel off balance. Many treatment providers feel that way, siblings, family members, coworkers, just about everybody that are in these individuals' interpersonal circle often feel overwhelmed and confused and frustrated. And we're going to talk about some of those things to better pinpoint some of those areas of concern for you. Now, the first thing that I want to talk about is I want to talk about what I call the golden criteria. And what the golden criteria is one actual trait of narcissism, or one actual criteria or component of narcissistic personality disorder. And because that one trait is so pronounced, this person is misdiagnosed or misidentified as having narcissistic personality disorder.
All right, so we're not here diagnosing anybody. I'm not, shout out to Brother Anderson, by the way. We're not here diagnosing anybody. We're not telling you to go out and diagnose people. These are just things you should look for. If you have a person that you're maybe in a some type of relationship, friendship, relationship, whatever, and you see these different traits, this person is saying is these may be narcissistic. They may have narcissistic tendencies based on these traits, right? So if you see people, likewise, if you see people on YouTube with some of these traits, then you might have to say, hey, wait a minute. If you don't have the training to help them, you might have to cut them loose. All right, y'all, let's get back to it.
And Bro Clarence, if you can have one of the mods, maybe Vaughn or someone, to put in to the chat that we are not giving medical advice, nor are we medical professionals. This is for educational purposes only.
I appreciate it. If one of y'all mods could do that for us, I appreciate that. Oh man, my man Vaughn is quick on the draw. All right. So appreciate you, Vaughn. All right, so let's finish with the good doctor.
And what happens in a treatment setting, that becomes very, very difficult, because what happens is someone is misdiagnosed. So you approach the treatment as though they do actually meet criteria for narcissistic personality disorder, when you're really just dealing with traits. Now, granted, narcissistic traits are so much easier to deal with than someone who meets criteria for the entire disorder. So in some ways, it's a good way, but we always want to be sure that identification and diagnosis is accurate and in place, because we want to make sure that treatment can maximize the time that the treatment provider and the individual are together. As I often say, and many of my clients have heard me say, treatment time is valuable time. So you always want to make sure that you're maximizing that time. So let's talk about some of these presentations, some of these traits, and get a feel for it. And then we're going to talk about some additional factors and issues that are involved as well. Okay. So the first one is that these folks, they talk about him or herself and their achievements and how great they are, even though those actual achievements may not be that great. But to their presentation or the way that they're talking about it, they sort of blow it up, right? So they tell you a lot of fish stories, right? When they caught a fish this big, their fish is really this big, okay? So they're often talking about their achievements and how great they are. In addition, they also talk about dreams of attaining money, power, success, how they're the next Bill Gates or Steve Jobs, but they rarely engage in behavior in order to attain this level of success. And it's very common for a lot of folks that are along the narcissistic spectrum.
Ouch. 2 out of 2 so far on a couple of people that we know.
Listen, that is called delusions of grandeur, right?
Yeah.
Where people puff themselves up in this grandeur idea of who they are. They may say, oh, I look good. I look better than this person. I'm greater than this person. I got more of this than this person. I got more of that than this person. They puff themselves up in grandeur. That whole grandeur, the grandeur idea of delusion that they're in. This is a trait. This is a trait, bro.
Yeah. I was just sitting here saying, oh man, that's 2 out of 2 out of a couple people I ran into.
Yeah.
All right, but let's continue, Patrice. Let's continue. Let's let the man talk. All right, this is the good doctor.
To take very few or very little vocational risks. And that's because if they don't succeed, then that becomes a narcissistic wound. That becomes very painful for them. And that then illustrates to them that maybe they're not perfect, 100% perfect. And that can cause them a lot of dissonance, concern, and other types of issues can come up: depression, anxiety, sometimes suicide, sometimes homicide in some cases as well. So another component is that they tend to believe that because they are so unique and special, only other very unique and special individuals can understand them. So that's why you and I cannot, because we rarely fall into that category of being unique and special. So we're outside their small group of who is unique and special. And a lot of times, the people that actually meet the criteria to be unique and special, they may not actually know them personally. So they're limiting their circle to people who understand them, to people that they might not actually know. Another one is that, so he or she that feels like that they shouldn't have to work as hard, right? And because of the unique and special and sort of that entitlement that they feel that they deserve. And this goes for employment, this goes for friends, this goes for spouses, this goes for parents, love relationships, just about anything, because they believe that it should be bestowed on them. Okay? So they are entitled, a strong sense of entitlement.
I don't know, Patrice. 4 out of 4 so far. The good doc is hitting every bell.
Yeah, that sense of entitlement is the sense of, that they don't have to work as hard as others. It just comes to them because of who they are and and what they represent, and because they're so grandeur and they look so good and they so smart and they smarter than everybody else, and and they only want to roll with people that's like them. That whole delusional grandeur idea conjures up this kind of tone and trait in people that are narcissistic. Scary, isn't it? It's scary.
Yeah, because you're listening to the dude and he's practically describing 3 or 4 people I know. All right, let's get back to the good doc.
Entitlement. Another component of narcissistic personality disorder, and also a narcissistic trait, is that these individuals will throw you under the bus for their own gain. Okay? They'll often finger point, blame, and identify errors that you have made, right, with the expectation that you are not worthy to do the same back to them. Okay? So they'll point out errors, but yet you are not worthy enough, special enough, unique enough to do the same to them. And when you do, they often become very agitated, very angry, a lot of ultimatums, a lot of threats, and things of that nature. Another component is that he or she could really care less about what you are going through, okay? And they are likely to blame for their troubles, or even your own troubles, even if they caused your problems. So they may put you in a situation that becomes problematic, and you are actually blamed for either getting upset or having to deal with the consequences of the problem. And what I've heard most often is, well, if you were smarter, then this wouldn't be a problem for you anyway, but you're not. So this is really to teach you a lesson. You're welcome.
Bro Clarence. Throw you under the bus. That one went ding, 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 ding.
Oh man, he got me with all of them. I mean,
he got me with all of them, and he got me with the whole, when it becomes problematic and they don't get the answers from you they blame you. They blame you, and then they in turn flip the script and turn everything on you, and it's your fault.
Right.
Ding, 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 ding. It's a whole scary.
Yeah, when I first heard this, I was like, holy smokes. I've been going through all of this for about a year and a half.
Oh man, bro, Clarence.
From all different sides, man. I've been going through all kind of different stuff. Oh my God.
Yeah. Months of it.
Man.
Months of it. Until you really it really start to sink in to you. And like I said, I start noticing some things that reminded me of a very close girlfriend of mine that is genuinely certified. And I'll talk more about my experience with that a little bit later. So, but yeah, memories.
All right, yeah, let's finish up with the doc.
So I've been in those situations, certainly in a treatment environment, and working with couples. I've heard couples, say that back and forth in that instance as well. So that's another pretty big component. These folks are intensely jealous, but very passive aggressive in order to get their needs met. They may emulate those that they are envious of as well. So people that they admire, they're very quick to sort of copy some of that behavior, internalize some of that behavior, because they want or believe that they deserve that sense of being so special, unique, and all that this person, even though that person may have, if it's a celebrity, let's say, that person has worked very, very hard for most of their life and perfected their craft, let's say, that they then see them as a sense of success and they believe, well, that it was just bestowed on them and it wasn't from the hard work. So then they're envious with the expectation that it would be immediate for them because that's what they deserve. And when they don't get that, then they get very frustrated and angry and they can't take that out on the celebrity. So they end up taking it out on you. Okay. Sort of that last component that we're going to talk about is that they see themselves as royalty a lot of times, and they demand to be treated as such. So you are at his or her beck and call. So if they were to call you or need something or want something, the expectation is that you are immediately there. So if they send you a text and you don't respond in a timely manner, which is instantaneously, they will become frustrated, upset. They may become very angry, accusatory, things of that nature, because it is your fault that you didn't respond quickly enough to their needs. Okay. So those are sort of those components. And I wonder how many of those really resonated for you with the people that you know or that you work with or that are siblings, parents, or whoever it may be. A key component when you're considering or looking at narcissistic personality disorder is poor insight. And that's something that we see pretty universal across all of the personality disorders, is that there is impaired insight. And when I work with folks that are in cluster B or any personality disorder, one of the things that I know is going to be a core issue is that impaired insight, that difficulty for this individual to see how their behavior impacts others, how their behavior is problematic for themselves, how their behavior and the choices that they make and how they see the world around them is so negative and impactful that a lot of the problems that they're having could be changed with better choices, better consideration, better situation management problem.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, man. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, man. Oh my gosh. I'm just thinking about all the different issues that I've.
Listen, this doctor is hitting some key elements of over the last several months. When you are constantly talking to someone and telling them about their behavior and how it looks in general, how the mistakes that they're making is going to come back to haunt them, how it impacts them and other people, and just that it is so the insight is so impaired by them. They have lack of empathy of even knowing the effects of what they're doing. And that's something else he's going to get into talking about. These people that have these traits and personalities lack empathy. They have very, very little, if any, to the behavior that they're portraying. And the chaos and the hurt and the confusion and the drama and the toxicity that they're causing, they're not even caring about the impact in the moment that they're doing it. They have little to no empathy for that. I don't know about you, friends, but I mean, I'm hearing so many things that hit the nail right on the head.
I am from family to other people to I'm hearing so much. I'm hearing so much, and I'm just like, but he's not really saying that I'm not surprised about. He just confirming a lot of stuff I thought because one of the main things I always talk about, Patrice, one of the things I always talk about, especially in relationships or even for yourself, to really see if somebody is is going to be an issue for you in your life, is to look at them and see incompetence. When you see incompetence, he just said he called it something else. I forgot what he called it just now, but he called it something else.
He called it impaired insight.
There you go, impaired insight. Okay, impaired insight. But I call it incompetence. When you just see blatant incompetence, you go, you should say, maybe this is. I'm not saying you on try to diagnose anybody like we are. We say we're not doctors. We're not diagnosing people. All we doing is looking out for ourselves to make sure we don't get hurt or injured.
And it's also smart to just look for the traits and kind of like make mental notes to yourself as this behavior is like, it's not normal. It's not normal, rational behavior that a person with a sound, solid mind would behave and react and portray. It's just not. Anyone that doesn't show any lack of empathy, they're very passive aggressive, kind of jealous and envious, and they have impaired insight on the situation. That's problematic. That's problematic.
All right, shout out to New Growth. Good to have you in the building, my brother. Okay, so and sorry for your situation, Sister April. Okay, so the situation is because he's talking about a lot of different things, but the bad part about it is we got to start thinking about, okay, once we're in these situations, because a lot of times I was telling Rico the same thing. A lot of these people know how to hide this. They hide this mental illness, right? Because they know if you see it right out straight away, you're not going to connect with them, for your own safety, right? So they realize that. So to keep you from making a good decision for your own safety, they will masquerade as a person who actually has everything on the ball, right? And so you won't find out. The unfortunate part is you won't find out that they have these issues until you're already, involved with them in some type of way. And that's the unfortunate part.
Most of the time, Bro Clarence, they're very good at hiding it. These are very highly intelligent, charismatic people. That's why you see some of your celebrities. Listen, most of the celebrities are narcissistic. That's just, most of them are. And I heard in another doctor that's out there where you are in California say California is the highest state with people that have these type of mental illness, like narcissistic personality disorder and things of that nature, because of Hollywood, because of celebrity, and how we put these people on a pedestal, and then they just have these grandeur imaginations of who they are and how they should be treated, the royalty, because I'm a celebrity, and a lot of what we have done is created those monsters, right? And what we do even now with our own family and friends, and what I'm seeing a lot of even on social media, is it's a great place for people like them to hide. And what we do, especially in the Black community, is a lot of times we look over it. We don't address it. We know that there's something wrong, but we don't say anything. We just go along with the flow with it when we see certain behaviors being portrayed, because social media is a great place for people with behavior and mental illness to hide behind. Social media is the number one place for people like this to hide behind.
Yeah, and unfortunately, like you said, a lot of people have these disorders, and they're good at hiding it, and so you don't really get to see it until you're kind of involved with them already. Now, my thing is, okay, when you get involved with them, how do you cut them loose? Because like he's going to talk about how they may do something to themselves, or they may do something to you, or they got these issues. So we got to think about how do we, once we see that, because in the Black community, like you said, the Black community, everything is not everything, but many things are taken personally, because nobody comes. We don't have a culture in the Black community of what's the word, of getting educated based on medical journals, right? We got such a bad view of doctors based on Tuskegee experiment and other different situations like that. We have such a bad view of critical medical care, so like we won't even go and check out mental illness as a critical medical issue, right? So we don't look at it like that. In the Black community, we look at it like you hard-headed. We call people hard-headed. They're hard-headed. We don't realize that they have an illness. Some of these people have an illness.
Difficult. Or they difficult. They just, you just difficult to deal with. I don't know what's wrong with you. We say things like that when you know anything that's abnormal or outside of normal behavior is abnormal, and abnormal is a problem. But we'll say, you just difficult. I can't deal with you. You just don't understand. You don't think. I don't understand your thinking, or I don't understand your behavior. We'll say all these things and we'll accept all these things, but we will do nothing about it. We will say nothing about it. We will sweep it under the rug. We know a lot of us in our Black communities probably had a relative or knew a friend or somebody that had somebody in their family that wasn't quite right.
Right. But excuse me, but you know what, Patrice? You know what I'm noticing? It's becoming more and more common. I mean, it's not like it's a way only, it used to be like people in that spectrum was really wide. Now it's getting really small. I noticed that it's a lot of people running around here, and they just, they have these traits, and I can't, like you said, me and you ain't diagnosing nobody, but they have these traits, and if they have these traits, it most likely says something going on, right? We can't diagnose them, but there must be something going on, right? So, but I wanted to finish about the Black community. The Black community, we need to start taking mental illness seriously, like looking at it like it's diabetes or something. It's a real serious situation, because we will, like I said, we take it personally, like, oh, this person ain't listening to me, or this person ain't doing this. Oh, they personally they have an issue with me, but it may not be they have an issue with you. They just got an issue, period. Yeah, right. They got an issue, you know what I mean? A undiagnosed issue in some cases, that they just, for whatever reason, had this incompetence, and they keep doing all these different things of incompetence, but they try to portray themselves as reasonable adults. But you look at their life, and your life is in shambles. What's going on? What's the common denominator if your life is in shambles? You got problems with this person, that person, this person, that person. What's the common denominator, right? But anyway, all right. So, Patrice, let's finish up with the good doc, because he got some other good information for us.
All right.
Solving whatever that may be. So that's one of the first things that I like to do, is build that sense of insight. Okay. Let's talk about some additional factors associated with narcissistic traits and narcissistic personality disorder. Okay. So one thing that you'll see, if you do criticize these folks, that they are very reactive to criticism. If you don't agree with them, they'll become very upset. They may all of a sudden ignore you. They may try to sue you, cause problems at work, cause problems in your love life, whatever it may be. And perhaps all you were doing was pointing out an alternate view, but the way that they saw it is that you were attacking them. You were trying to show the world that they're broken and ill-fitted. Okay. And that comes to our next point, which is at their core, right? And if you see my other videos, or if you've heard me speak or read any of my books, you know that when we look at personality, it's not a linear component. It is actually a dual component. And on the top, we have that surface structure, right? Those are the behaviors that we see. And then underneath, you have these motivators. So for individuals along the narcissistic spectrum, those core issues, they tend to be fear, shame, doubt, guilt, and the sense of inferiority. And in treatment, I know that once we start to hit those things, that I've gotten through this veneer of perfectionism, this component of narcissism, and gotten underneath where we can deal with some of those core issues, because they recognize that they have these 5 things, we can really work to change their life, to make them actually impactful. And that's what they want, but impactful in a more healthy manner. So it is possible to do that. It can take a really long time to do that. Personalities developed over many, many years, decades sometimes. So it won't take decades to change that, but it does take a little bit of time in order to do that. An additional component that you also see in these folks is that they tend to project a lot of their unwanted qualities and traits and behaviors that they really can't tolerate or see in themselves onto others. Okay? An example of this would be that they use you to appear smart in front of his or her boss. So they set you up to talk about something you don't know very well.
I gotta take a break. This man is hitting so many nails on the head. I gotta take a break. Patrice. I mean, this man he is thoroughly hitting it. I mean, I think that we in the Black community, man, we unfortunately have the problem. And then unfortunately, the people, like sometimes some of these people know this stuff already, right? They know it, but they don't want you to know it. They know they got an issue. They might not be diagnosed, but they know they got an issue with their temper or something, right? Or whatever it is, they have an issue. But they won't seek help. Now, my question to you, Patrice, why don't they just seek help? If you know you got an issue, why not go and sit down? What is the stigma in the Black community? Because we feel like, we just, if we have an issue, we're not gonna go to a mental health professional.
Number one, Black people don't think anything is wrong with them most of the time. They don't think anything is wrong with them. It's just like a drug addict. They don't think they're addicted. Until they realize it in themselves and see it in themselves and say, wow, I do have a problem. I believe only then will they go to get the help, because you can tell that person, look, something's wrong. You know you addicted, right? Like you done lost everything. You ain't got no money, like literally. And they will be in denial about it, even though they know they done lost their car, lost their job, lost their bank account. But they will be in addiction, and they will tell you, I'm not addicted. I can handle it. I only take it when I need it. Well, if you say that only when I need it, you're addicted.
Man.
You're addicted. If it's only when you need it, that's an addiction. Need.
Yeah. I had a father that was a alcoholic, man. He would always say, I could stop anytime I wanted to. And I was just like, but you won't. Yeah, but you won't.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and they will not see it in themselves. And it's almost like it's the denial phase, right? And then it doesn't do any good for people to constantly tell them you should go get help. You got a problem. And these are some of the things, like I said to someone, I said, you should go to therapy. Have you ever considered going to therapy? Have you ever considered getting help and talking through your anger and talking through your issues? And they will say back to you, but I'm not the one with the problem.
Yeah, it's not me.
they don't. It's everybody else but them, and that entails is the problem. So when you are seeing yourself, having conversations or in some type of relationship or communication with people that are like this, then that's toxic. Then that's when
now,
don't walk,
about that,
run. Don't walk, run.
I want to get to the toxic part, because we want to get to the point where their behavior becomes toxic to other people. I want to get to that after the good doctor talks to us. I want to discuss that, because that's where a lot of us are at. We are in these situations, and the situation becomes toxic, and now we go, oh, now what do we do? Now what happens? All right, so let's finish up with the good doctor.
Right, or may not know much about, but they do. So then they point that out, how little you know, and then they start to engage in a particular area that they know so much. And then you may be embarrassed, you may be frustrated, which then of course they see it as your fault because they see it as your problem because you're not smart. But to them, it's a component that shows how special, brilliant, and unique he or she is. They typically have very deep, sort of caustic, sarcastic humor. It's very cutting, it's very mean, very, very critical. And if you're hurt by it, typically what they'll say is, you can't take a joke, but what they've said is genuinely hurtful. And a lot of times, just about everybody within personality disorders, they're really good at seeing where your buttons are and where your weak spots are. And your individuals along narcissistic spectrum have really perfected this. And the reason why or how they've perfected this is because for them, it's a survival component. It's an adaptive component for them to feel like that they can survive. Okay? So that humor that cuts so deep, they see it very quickly, and they're really unlikely to hold back and not just show it. And the bigger the crowd, the better. And the more embarrassed you are, the better for them. And one of the main components, if you do know somebody, if you're working with somebody, if it is a sibling, a parent, a coworker, maybe someone who works for you, an employee, whatever it may be. But so the reason why it's so hard to get through is because they really do speak another language. And I talk a lot about this at my seminars, and someone in some of the books that I've put out. I have a new one coming out that's just on narcissism and narcissistic, working with individuals along narcissistic spectrum, their partners, as well as children that have narcissistic parents. And we talk about sort of speaking their language. You have to speak narcissism. And if you don't, they don't hear you. And if they don't hear you, you can't get through. So it's building up this ability for them to hear you and understand that what you're talking about is important and has value, but they have to know what you're saying and have to be able to connect to it. And it really is sometimes very, very difficult because narcissists frustrate a lot of people. So it is hard for folks to do that, but that's really the only way that they hear. And as a treatment provider, other treatment providers that I've worked with really have a hard time doing this, and I completely understand that. But if we don't speak their language, we can't get through to them. If we can't get through to them, then we can't influence change or give them an opportunity to grow. So some of the things, just to point out, I really hope that you've enjoyed this, but one of the things I just want to point out is that you want to be careful to not self-diagnose. I know that all the criteria for narcissistic personality disorder is out there online and all that other stuff, but you want to be sure that an actual diagnosis is only from a mental health provider and professional who understands personality disorders, manages it, works with these folks, because you don't want to go back to golden criteria. Golden criteria is a really big distractor, and it can be very confusing because once we start labeling people, it causes us to start shutting them off. And if we don't see it, that these diagnoses are for treatment, then it gets even harder to understand that. Because you don't just say, well, she's a narcissist, he's a narcissist, so you want to write them off. And I understand that there are a lot of things that they do or say are very hurtful. But for mental health providers, it's very important, to recognize that it is a diagnosis for treatment, and that helps sort of identify an approach. Okay. And I want to thank you very much for taking your time to watch this video. I hope that you enjoyed it. I'd be interested in the comment section if you wanted to mention any experiences that you've had, any maybe criteria or traits that you see. You don't have to, of course, identify who that person is. And it's probably better if you don't. But just maybe write a little bit about what you're dealing with and what are some of the issues that you're seeing. Then that may be able to help others who are also interested or dealing and managing individuals that are along that narcissistic spectrum that are in their life as well. So I want to say thank you very much for taking your time to watch
All right. The good doctor. He said a lot. He said a lot. Uh,
You know,
Patrice.
that last part really got me when he said how a narcissist or say something very hurtful or mean or ugly to a person, then say, "I was just kidding."
Yeah,
Did you catch that? When he said they'll say,
yeah.
"Oh, it was just a joke,"
I
because
caught everything.
that recently happened to me. Oh, I was just kidding.
Okay.
You can't take a joke.
I can't. You know what they have? They have a term called functioning addict. They have a term called function, where people, they, even though they are in the throes of addiction, or you might be even in narcissism, they're functioning, where they're able to still get some of the stuff done in their life, pay their bills and different things like that. But they're just
Yeah,
right above, functioning right above where they that incompetent level, and they look like they got it all together. But when you really see them and talk to them, break them down, they really don't have it, unfortunately. Okay, so uh, Patrice, I want to get into the toxicity. Okay, a lot of these people that have these mental, illness situations, and like we say, most of
or traits.
traits, and so they're undiagnosed. They don't have a diagnosis, right? Because a diagnosis is the only way you're going to actually be able to get some treatment. You got to go somewhere and get diagnosed so that you can get treatment, right? But a lot of our people, that's the one thing I notice about black people is black people. I don't know if they're scared that they're gonna get thrown into a crazy house, or they're gonna get something's gonna happen to them for just getting checked out to see if they have some mental illness issues that could be addressed. I don't know, either by medication or by therapy group or singular. Who knows, right? But our people are so scared to go to the doctor. It seems like to me, they're more scared to go to see if they have mental illness issues than to go to a physical doctor. And I just don't understand that.
Yeah, I think it is fear, but I think it's also denial.
Yeah,
Listen,
that's true.
I think the biggest is denial of our people, right? I think like even when, like I said, even when you bring it to the attention of a person, but I did actually have somebody admit it to me, right? And admit that they were on medication, and admit that they were certified. Like I told you, I had a girlfriend some years ago, and I also had someone else recently admit that to me too. But I had a girlfriend, and she's a female, and I definitely can't say her name because her one of her parents was famous, right? Like she has a famous person, a famous parent, and she's out there in California where you are, and very wealthy.
Okay.
And I actually saw the paperwork for her. I actually saw her medication, that she took. She admitted it to me. And I tried to be her friend for as long as I could, bro, Clarence. But I'm telling you, the friendship was so toxic that I had to literally listen. People like that, if you're not equipped to deal with narcissistic, pathological, because she was also a pathological liar, and that is a trait also in them. That you would see in most people with mental illness. A lot of them have other psychosis too as well. Sometimes they combine the mental illness or the narcissism that he just described. This doctor is overt narcissist. See, it's a difference. There's different forms. There's overt, there's covert, there's different forms of narcissism, right? And the person with the delusions of grandeur are your overt narcissists. Your covert, they're more undercover. They're very subtle, and they can really fool you because they're so the woe is me people. Their narcissism is man, if I only had a chance to show them how great I truly am, I can conquer the world, or I can do this, or I'm so great. But they'll be, yeah, but they didn't give me a chance. You know, everybody, they stopped me from doing this. They didn't allow me to do that. That's a covert. That's a covert narcissist, right? But an overt is that grand delusion. I look better than you. I look good. I'm prettier than you. I'm younger than you. I get more subscribers than you. All my videos get more clicks than you. It get more likes than you. It get more shares than you. My woman look better than you. You know, that whole thing. That's the grandeur. They got to puff themselves up. So that's the difference between an overt and a covert narcissist. But this girlfriend of mine, she was an overt. She and like I said, don't have intelligence and don't have money, because it just creates and make you the monster that you truly are. And when I first met her, of course, was in the entertainment industry, and she seemed normal. I'm telling you, these people are very charismatic. They're very charismatic. They're very highly intelligent. They can fool you for a long time.
Right.
But she would always have these, grandeur. She of course, she thought she was better than everybody else. All of her clothes, she had to let you know what designer she was wearing all the time. And, and just say, for instance, like, this is the type of stuff that I didn't catch on to at first that she used to do to me. Like, we would go out and be hanging out or whatever. And I may be just bought me a brand new Coach purse and a wallet set, and whatever. And I'm wearing my little purse, my little Coach purse and wallet. She'll say something like, "Girl, why would you wear Coach? Coach is I'm so over Coach. Coach is like the lowest of the lowest, girl. I wear this, I wear Prada, or I wear Louis Vuitton, or I wear Tiffany's, or I wear, Coco Chanel." She will do that. Just the little undermining type of stuff, little digs she would do. Girl, you see my Prada bag? You see my Kate Spade bag? You see my, she, girl, don't it look better than that one you had the other day, that Coach? She'll say stuff like that. And I would be like, okay, she kind of full of herself, but like literally she was on a grandeur all the time. And the thing about overt narcissists is when they see that the attention is not on them. Yeah. When someone isn't puffing them up, talking about them, talking about how great they are, how pretty they look, and the attention is on someone else, oh my God, they don't like that. They have a problem with that. They get mad, they leave. We were doing entertainment. We were on the same show one day, and she did her thing because her mother was a famous singer and she's a singer. And we were on the show together, but I got a little bit more attention this particular time for what I did. And when I tell you, she could not stand that. She actually walked out and left me in the event because she could not stand that the attention was not on her. And then just other little things, pathologically lying about things. I found myself getting caught up in situations with her. And just like what I went through recently, I'd start to see similarities. And I was like, let me fall back. And when you have to fall back, fall the hell back. Because they will still find ways of trying to engulf you in the BS. Because after I let her go and our friendship go, she still was, I block her number. She'll call me from other numbers, begging to be my friend. Wow. Don't see where she did anything wrong. And she didn't understand. And when I would tell her her behaviors, total oblivion to what anything she's done. So I was like, oh my God, no, like, and you know, and she says, well, then she will say, well, I'm sick. I have this problem. That. And I say, yeah, I says, and I don't know how to deal with friends like you. So I have to leave you alone. And I literally cold turkey had to just like I'm quitting trying to smoke cigarettes. I literally had to drop her like a bad habit. And it's unfortunate. And she, she will bother me for a while and call me from different numbers and stuff like that. And I would just block all numbers until finally she left me alone. And I ran into her at somebody we mutually know funeral that had passed away some years ago. And she looked at me and I looked at her, and we looked right past each other like we never met each other in life. And when I tell you, it is so many celebrities and children of celebrities and relatives of celebrities that are wealthy, the people are in the entertainment industry. When I tell you, it's so many of them that show these traits of narcissism. It's not even funny, bro, Clarence. Like, it's not even funny. So when I saw recent behaviors of people on social media, in these YouTube streets that exuberate the same behaviors, it's like, okay. And it will start bringing back memories for me, because this happened to me with her probably about 10, 12 years ago. So, I was like, wait a minute. I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone right now. So yeah, I say don't walk, run.
Okay. Now here's the thing. So, is there anything you can do for somebody like that? I mean, without having the clinical teaching or knowledge of how to handle somebody like that, you're just trying to be their friend. I mean, because eventually, in my opinion, they just burn you up, right? They just keep burning you up, right? And you don't know what to do, right? But that person expects you to withstand everything, right? They expect you, and if you don't withstand it all,
they flip it on you. They throw you on the bus. They lie on
you. Right? So they flip everything on you, and they say, hey, if you can't withstand everything, you was never a good friend in the first place, right?
Exactly.
So
and they move on. Now they move on to their next victim, and they want to find somebody else to get on their cheerleading team. You know what I mean? And then what they do is they uplift that next person. Yeah, they understand me. They cool. That's why, because they rock with me, because they help me do this, and I'm learning to do that. I'm this. Yeah, that's what they do. They move on to their next victim, because that's what the next person becomes. The next victim.
Yeah, but they don't know, Patrice. That's the problem. They don't know. Nobody tells you, right? They just say, good riddance. Hey, they don't tell you. Hold on, Patrice. Let me shout out to people in the chat. Let me shout out Brother Big Riggs. I saw you come in. I saw you slip in here. Big Riggs, good to have you in the building, man. I saw you guys show. You and Be Easy, man. That's a hell of a show, man. You guys gonna rock, man. You guys keep that show with that same energy, man. You guys gonna rock. If you guys haven't already gone over the Knowledge and Relationships, go over to Knowledge and Relationship. Check out what is it called? I forgot the name of the show, but it's a good show. It's Be Easy and
Easy Riggs, I believe.
Easy Rig. Okay, Easy Rig. Yeah, I think that's the name of it.
Yeah. Rigged or something like that. I saw it yesterday too.
Easily Rigged, I think. Yeah. So yeah, go on over to Knowledge and Relationship. Check that out, man. That's Be Easy and Big Rigs, man. Awesome dudes, man. Awesome dudes. And Knowledge and Relationship is an awesome channel over there as well. All right. Now, Patrice, the toxic. Okay. First of all, what is the issue with the person? I mean, why is this such a big deal? Why is it a big deal that person identifying somebody if they're narcissistic or not? What's the problem? What is the major issue?
I'm sorry, what did you say, bro?
I said, what is the major issue? Like, what is the problem dealing with people with these narcissistic tendencies? What is the problem? Like, why should we try to avoid being too engulfed with someone like that? Why?
I would say, if you are someone that can't handle people like that, and these people these type of personality disorders are people that constantly is going to have you in bull crap, right? Like constantly have you in bull crap, and you are not equipped or educated or experienced with tolerating these types of behaviors in people. So it's best for you to step away from the situation, because these type of people will literally drain you. They will drain you emotionally. They will drain you spiritually, physically, psychologically. They will literally drain you. In order to be in relationship or have friendships with people like that, you got to be a special kind of person. Like, see, I'm serious. Like, you got to be specially equipped and adaptable to deal with those type of personalities, because for the most part, the only people that can deal with people like them are other people that are mentally ill. Yeah. Because you heard what the doctor said. Listen, you heard what the doctor said. They speak the same language. They don't speak a normal, sane language that your average person will speak. So theirs is a little different, and I'm not making fun of them, but I see two mentally ill people relating to each other better because they speak the same language. So if you're a type of person that I can't keep dealing with the toxicity, the drama, the this, the that, the pathological lying. Like, you got to step away, because these type of people will drain you mentally and emotionally and even spiritually. They really truly would, bro, Clarence. And I just saw that situation reminding me of what happened to me 10, 12 years ago. And I was just like, And I see a lot of this behavior being exuberated on in these YouTube streets and on social media, because a lot of these psychologists are on social media and on platforms saying that social media is the perfect place for these people to hide behind. It's easy for them to hide behind their illness, and especially when you haven't met this person face to face or had a conversation to really know that something is wrong, and to say, okay, are you in therapy? Are you on medicine? If they openly admit some type of mental illness, and they say, hey, look, I had to go to the doctor. I knew I couldn't deal with myself. I knew there was issues, underlying things going on with me that I didn't understand. I knew they were abnormal and they was not me. And I got help. And
Patrice, Patrice, but see, here's the thing. I mean, you're right. Shout out to Hanifa. So you're right. But there's a stigma in the Black community. Like, if you go to a white community and a white person will tell you in a hot second, yeah, I'm in therapy. A white person will say, I'm in therapy in a second, right?
Yeah.
I'm seeing a therapist, it's no problem, right? In the Black community, you know what I mean? You can't say you're seeing a therapist, especially Black men. We got to be like Superman, right?
Yeah.
We can't have no leaks nowhere, right? Because why? If we do, other Black men will
they'll ridicule you. They'll ridicule you. They'll talk about you. They'll call you everything about but what's really truly going on with you. Say, for instance, you may be experiencing some depression. They'd be like, oh man, ain't nothing wrong. You just simping out. You just punking out. You just this. They will say, listen, they are not equipped to tell you what the real issue is. You know something is wrong with you better than anybody else. You know something is wrong with you before anybody else does.
It should. But
you know
like
I mean?
I said, but see, here's the thing about being a man. It's a lot of ego, right? So a lot of men will, because they feel like if I show any weakness, my woman will leave. And my woman's gonna leave, and if my woman leave, my world gonna fall apart. So I can't show no weakness. I can't show any weakness. So hey, bro, you think you need to go to therapy? Or are you going to therapy? No, I don't know what you talking about. Like, if you go and ask 10 Black men, do you go to therapy? I think at least 9 of them will be insulted. What you mean therapy, right? Like, I ain't nothing wrong with me. I'm good. I'm cool.
First thing, I ain't no punk, man. I ain't weak like that. Man, I don't need no therapy, man. But I honestly, it's nothing wrong with us saying I'm in therapy or I had therapy or, whatever. I think it's good for us to be able to say that and have the conversation, right? And I think it needs to be had more, especially, people in our community that have platforms like YouTube and different types of podcasts and things to talk about these things, because as we're seeing more in the last 2 years, things like, suicide rate, self-deletions, all these things has went up. A lot of more mental illness has went up in our community more than ever. And for some reason, we want to wait until something detrimental happens in our community before we speak out. Just like,
let me show you. Let me show you something, Patrice. Let me show you something, because this just happened today. I think. Well, was it today or either yesterday or today? When we're talking about mental illness, right?
Mm-hmm.
Another shooting, right?
Oh wow.
Another shooting. It was a really ugly situation. All right, let's take a look at it.
America is grappling with yet another mass shooting, this time at a hospital complex in Tulsa. 4 people were killed before the gunman took his own life as cops moved in. Authorities say among the dead was a surgeon, and the shooter was his disgruntled patient. As Stephen Fabian reports, it's just the latest shooting in which a doctor was targeted.
Not again.
He began firing at anyone that was in his way.
This is the shooter, identified as Michael Lewis. Cops say he targeted a doctor, Preston Phillips, who was treating him for persistent back pain. Also slain a second doctor, Stephanie Huson, receptionist Amanda Glenn, and a patient, William Love. The shooter killed himself on the second floor at the medical center. Cops say he bought an AR-15 just hours before he opened fire.
Get the AR-15s off the planet, really, in my view.
Right.
And it's just...
The shooting in Tulsa is also the latest deadly attack on doctors, who can be vulnerable to acts of rage by troubled patients. Forensic psychiatrist Dr. Keith Ablow.
I think doctors get involved in the most fragile parts of people's lives. So whether it's psychologically or whether it's physically, they're there at moments of incredible drama.
Michael Lewis is 45. The shooter at the elementary school in Uvalde, Texas is 18. The accused supermarket killer in Buffalo, New York is also 18. But despite the age differences between the 3 shooters, all the recent mass shootings have basic similarities, Ablow says.
My guess is that even in these 3 seemingly disparate shooters, I bet you, again, haven't evaluated them, bet you though, that they are socially isolated people, that they had oddities of behavior before this, that they've had conflict with one or more people.
Meanwhile, in Uvalde, Texas, for relatives of the slain children, anger continues with claims that cops didn't take down the gunman soon enough. This video shows the great-grandfather of a slain child lashing out at cops at a memorial to the victims.
The teachers told him, call 911 and the police will be there to save you. Were you there? No.
So far this year, more than 18,000 people have died of gun violence in this country.
Yeah, I had heard about that, about Tulsa. I didn't know that what was involved. I hadn't got the 411 on it yet, but that's a black man.
It was ugly, and he not only he got 4 other people plus himself. 4 other people plus himself, and it's an ugly situation. Now, my question to you is, how do we get black men? Because obviously he had a mental issue, right? How do we get black men to be okay with going to get therapy or saying to themselves, hey, I might have an issue here. Let me go and get some therapy. You know what I mean?
By doing things like this, with what we are doing is having the discussions more. I have been on social media for almost 2 years now, Bro Cranston. I've ran across some angry black men in just literally and just in conversation, just some of the disrespect, some of the mean, nasty, ugly things that have been said. And Black women have said some too. Yes, indeed. Absolutely. Which lets me know that there are some very angry, hurt, jaded people on social media. And over the last 2 years of being isolated already from this whole C-19 situation, the pandemic, if they were already that type of personality already, I could only think that would heighten that even more, right? And make them more, in a panicky mode of isolation and paranoia. It's unfortunate, but this is the thing. Things like this is not going to stop until we start tackling these things head on, talking about them more, discussing it more. It is so many other things that are more important in the world like this that we can be having discussions about instead of us coming at each other like the way we do. And the way I see a lot of the drama and toxicity on social media shows me, especially in our community, shows me that there's a problem in our community. There's a problem with anger issues. There's a problem with mental issues. There's a problem with social issues. There is a problem in our community that needs to be addressed and talked about more, and not swept under the rug, not accept status quo and go along with these people instead of having the conversations with these people and saying, are you in therapy, bro? I'm starting to see, or sis, I'm starting to see, some unusual behavior patterns. And every time I'm on panels with you, you always so angry and you lash out and you so disrespectful and you so this. We don't like saying that to each other, see, because we like the toxicity and drama when there's actually really something more serious going on behind the scenes, underlined with people.
Yeah. But a shout out to Sister Glenda. Good to have you in the building, sis. That's the thing, it's like, how do we get us as a community to be able to say, hey, you know what? It's not a bad thing that you're going to therapy. That's a good thing. It's a good thing that you're getting help for your issue. You know what I'm saying? I think, the Black community is a place where so many different things where we just are just uneducated about it. For example, like you said, now, the situation where you have a toxic person in your life, right? And the thing I notice about them is they are like they try to reel you in close, like they try to put you into their circle really fast, right? And then they want you to stay there and withstand everything that's going on, right? And I'm saying once you realize, I'm in the middle of a typhoon here, right? This is not where I want to be. I can't help this person. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, how do we break and apart from these people? How do we amicably walk away without, because those people take it personally. Hey, you ain't talking to me no more. So they take it personal, right? They don't like the doctor said, they don't think about the impact they're having on you and by the things they're doing, right? Or even arrows you're catching behind them. They don't think about that. They just think, hey, you're supposed to sit here forever, right?
Right. Like you're supposed to continue on with the toxicity and the drama and listening to the conversation of negativity in your ear. And it's everybody's fault but yours. It's everybody's fault, but come on, you ain't taking no responsibility for your actions in this situation. Yeah. And then when you say, hey, look, I can't do this no more. I got to fall back. This is too much for me. Because listen, let's be real. The brain is a muscle, just like a muscle in any other part of your body. And when any other part of your body gets strained or sick, the brain works the same way. and emotionally and mentally, it starts to work on you as well. And you get drained and you just, I can't do it no more. I got to fall back.
Yeah.
I can't do it. I got to fall back because this is not good for me now.
Right.
So now I'm gonna fall back, but now you mad at me because it's my problem. It's my fault that I fell back from your bullshit.
Yeah, that's pretty much how they get down. Yeah,
you see how they get set? It's your fault. All of this havoc I done wreaked, for months on end. And now you telling me you ain't gonna listen to me no more. You ain't gonna, you ain't gonna have conversation with me no. So now it's your fault that you fell back. And then listen, when you do, they still trying to reach out to you because see, they still trying to pull you back in. It's just like that Godfather commercial. Every time in the Godfather, every time I try to get out, they pull me back in.
Yeah.
They will try every tactic in the world, whether it's phone conversation, text, email, they will try to pull you in because you know what they're going to say? See, so-and-so doing this to me. See, so-and-so doing that to me. And it's like, look, I told you I'm done with it. I fell back. I'm not responding to your stuff. I'm done with it. Now you have a problem with that. And that is the problem with people that are their insight is so impaired, right? Because in your brain, you have these things called neurotransmitters. And this is where all your emotions, your feelings, your motor skills are all up here. And when it's not balanced, that's when the mental issues come into play. We have other mental illness. There's dissociative identity disorder. There is sociopaths. There is psychopaths. There is pathological liars. There is different form. There is bipolar. There is regular depression. It's so many different mental illnesses. So it's not just one thing because somebody can be diagnosed with one particular thing, but they have other traits of other things as well. So when you know and see certain behaviors in people and you looking and saying, okay, now this sounds all too familiar and I'm tired of this. I can't do it no more. You literally pull back from the drama and the toxicity. It's your fault. And that's the problem with people that have these type of mental illnesses, that their insight is so impaired. They don't understand why you've fallen back. They don't understand and comprehend why you don't want to do the drama.
Well, they take it. I know this is my experience. They take it personally. They take it like they take an offense to it. Yeah, they take an offense to it. Like, hey, what you mean? How come you're not with the bullshit no more? What's going on? I thought you was a ride or die. What happened? Oh, I see. You wasn't ever really with me then, cause see, you ain't right now. You don't want to ride. Now you don't want to ride with the bullshit, cause see, you wasn't really with me. You wasn't really with me. See, now I know. Now I know you wasn't. You wasn't really a real rider.
Exactly.
I got sense. I got sense. I know when to get off.
And bro, it's the cognitive dissonance as well. Not want to understand or believe your part in something. You are so far removed from reality. It's the cognitive dissonance that a lot of them they are like literally have that disorder as well. They don't want to face their part in actions and things. So they want to be so far removed from the reality of the shit that they created.
Yeah. And you as the, you know what, I know you probably seen me do it before. Big Rick said, yeah. You know, sometimes I just be quiet. I just say, hey, you know what am I going to do? This person is not going to listen to me. What am I going to do? I just be quiet and let them talk and let them, say what they say.
And you might get lucky if they do one right thing or tell one right truth, but I swear to God, they'll spin 10 other things around it.
Well, this is what. So we got a saying in the nation: with they mix truth with falsehoods. So they'll sprinkle a little truth in there, just enough truth to make it look like what they're talking about has some merit to it.
But baby, they'll give you a whole bunch of nothing, bull crap, lies.
Right. When you start investigating it, you start saying, "Wait a minute, this don't match up with this. This don't match up with that." And for me, I'm old, so you ain't got to tell a whole lot of lies, just a couple, and I'll take it from there, right? I don't need a whole bunch of lies. I don't need well, let me follow you down the foxhole. No, I won't be following you down the foxhole.
Exactly. Now play that other video, bro, Clarence. This is a quick one, and we can kind of chop that one down too.
Which one is that one, Patrice? You sent me another one?
The other one with the female. It's the shorter one that I text you.
All right, let me see.
That one kind of breaks some things down too. I really want our people to understand that it's okay, because what I understand is I know that people like this have a reason for the things that they do. I don't understand why the people that say that they are sane and don't have mental issues, like, what's their excuse?
Yeah, I don't know, but still, even if they have their issues, a lot of time they're undiagnosed. So but they know they got an issue. But
yeah, you got to fall back. You literally have to fall back from people like that, because they will mentally drain you. Like, seriously, they will mentally and emotionally drain you if you keep going down the rabbit hole with people like that. And it's so unfortunate, because you hope that people that suffer from these forms of mental illness get the help that they need, take the medication that they need, just like any other ailment, just like anybody that has high blood pressure that have to take high blood pressure pills every day of their life. It's people that need to be on medication to maintain their illness, to manage their illness.
Yeah, definitely. All right, let's load this one up. Let's get her on here. Let's see.
Right.
There she is. Okay. This is the one you're talking about, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Let's take a look at this lady and see what you got to say. I didn't see this one.
It's your buddy, peace and harmony with you here today. Zooming in on the topic of narcissistic control tactics, specifically that of the overt narcissist. The overt narcissist is one of the more outwardly flamboyant, charming, intoxicating, alluring, seductive of the narcissist types. Psychologists have deemed essentially, within the personality disorder, the cluster B, two types of the narcissist personality. The overt narcissist, which is really the person who has a real outward show. Think of it almost like the peacock, very flamboyant, always wanting to be the center of attention, the showstopper, the big party goer, the one who's always trying to flash their wealth, always trying to impress you with their accomplishments. They're constantly trying to, put on a parade of their conquests, whether sexual conquests, whether work conquests, familial conquests, and, they oftentimes trying to hit you with a little bit of a sob story, that they were divorced, or perhaps, it wasn't their fault. And so, you come in and then they're extremely charming. They sweep you off your feet, make you feel like you're, walking on cloud 59. Your prayers have just been answered. They woo you, wine you, dine you. Everything is amazing, amazing sexual experiences, amazing like romantics. You're like, wow, did this just drop out of a Harlequin romance or what? And these people tend to be very charming, physically attractive, highly intelligent, but extremely smooth and adept at taking advantage of, controlling, and manipulating others. And with this also comes the ability to lie pathologically, on a daily basis, where they can just, lie and, really pull one over on people to really degrees that would boggle the mind and the imagination.
Ay, ay, ay.
Did
They
you hear
lied.
that?
They boggle the mind. I mean, holy smokes. Holy
Highly intelligent, charming, pathological liars, real smooth, charismatic. How many of us know people with all of those traits just right there?
I was just on the phone with one just a minute ago. Just a
Oh,
little while
wow.
ago. My oldest boy. I mean, that dude. Holy smokes, man. Holy smokes. She
Look,
is hitting every nail on him. Man,
Listen.
other people too, but man.
Listen, and the thing about it is, I don't know if she mentioned it in this video, but men are more subjectable to be these type of narcissists than women. It's more common in men.
Yeah.
I believe she may say it in this video. I'm not sure, but this is how a lot of women get fooled by men like that, become emotionally and physically and chemistry attracted to men like that.
Well, let me ask you something. Patrice. All right. So what I've noticed with men like this is that they have a hard time letting relationships grow organically. Like they're always trying to rush everybody to be all in a corner. That's been my experience. Has that been your experience with dealing with?
Oh yeah, they want to rush the ideal or unrealistic relationship in their minds that created.
Yes.
The thing is, if it's a man-woman type of relationship and she's a little bit naive and gullible, she can easily get swept up into that, thinking that, oh my God, this man is sweeping me off my feet. I've never had a man like this before. I've never had anyone that ever do anything like this for me before, be this way for me. So women can get caught up in being with a man like that, but she's giving some great pointers.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I my suggestion, if you are dealing with somebody like this, if you can't convince them to go get help, my suggestion is to leave them alone. Because take it from me, take it from Patrice, take it from Rico, you're going to get dragged into a tornado that you didn't start, and then you're going to be like, and then when it all comes down, everybody's going to look to you because their house got knocked down. They're looking at you like, and you go, wait a minute, I didn't start the tornado. They go, yeah, but you know the person that did, so we want you to pay, right? Like, no, just I just trying to stop the tornado.
Don't walk, run.
All right, let's finish up with this lady. Is she a doctor, Patrice? Do you know?
I forget. I think she's a counselor or something, or something, a therapist or something.
Oh, okay, yeah, looks like it. Okay.
Really, all the different things that they will do, the complexities, the work that they do to secure and manipulate people. I want to go into a little bit more of the manipulation tactics, particularly, that of, the initial love bombing and then the discard, where essentially then, once they secure you, once they're able to break you down, once they're able to get what they had wanted or derived from you, then, becomes the discard. But I want you to understand that oftentimes, the discard is where the narcissist is working in a very sort of cold, calculated methodology, where they're trying to keep you, as I mentioned, subservient. The narcissist strictly wants to be in a superior position. They feel themselves superior to others in their environment and in the world in general. They just have this very sort of I am better than everybody attitude. And to the point that it's actually a personality disorder. It's actually it becomes a real, psychological detriment. And in fact, the brain scans of the narcissists have shown that they have very thin gray matter in the areas of the cortex relating to expressions of empathy and emotional content. The left anterior insula has been shown to be very weak and very, thin, which means it's a very underdeveloped part of their brain, which is actually the part of the brain that relates to empathy and being connected to people and having, for more or less, a heart, for more or less humanity. So when we talk about the manipulation tactics, essentially the overt narcissist is going to break people down by a lot of this love bombing, where it's the charming, it's the sweeping off their feet. And then unbeknownst to them, little by little, they're being basically corroded away through boundary violation, through shaming. A lot of the shaming comes through in terms of physical neglect or physical body language, but most oftenly in the form of communication. So it can be extremely perfectionistic standards that.
Now I want to ask you something. She made a good point, and this is something that I do notice about narcissistic type people. We can't say somebody's narcissist or not. We can't diagnose them, but we can say they're narcissistic type of person. And what do you say? The narcissistic traits. They have narcissistic traits. One of the things I notice about people that have narcissistic traits is they do commit boundary violations a lot, right? When I say boundary violations, I mean they should know that there's some boundaries that they shouldn't be crossing, right? Hey, I've only known you this long. I shouldn't. There's certain conversations I probably shouldn't have with you just yet, right? I don't know you like that to have these conversations. For example, to have you get involved in their life a little deeper than normal, right? I mean, normal person like Rico had a grandbaby the other day. I said, hey, Rick, how's the baby? He said, oh yeah, we do. But he said the one thing that I wanted to hear that the baby was okay. He said, yeah, but the baby's okay. I said, cool. Now we can talk. Now we can talk about everything else, right? But Rico didn't say, hey man, the baby needs X, Y, Z, man. Can you put a couple of dollars out there? I mean, I would, but he didn't do that, right? Because he knows, hey man, we know each other, but we still getting to know each other, right? And it's organically, our friendship is organically growing. But I notice with these narcissistic people, they are, like Charlie Murphy said, they're habitual line steppers, right? You put a line out here and say, hey, especially in YouTube land, right? You say, hey, this is the line I don't want you to cross when you're on my platform or when you're dealing or whatever, you're in the chat or whatever. This is the line I don't want you to cross. And then they cross that line, right? And so we all make mistakes. I have, that. I've had you on the case trying to fix some of mine, right? So we all make mistakes. But here's the part. I think the narcissistic people, they don't get it that they made a mistake. They don't get it. They are mad at you for having a boundary for them. Now, exactly. Why is that, Patrice?
Yeah, because in their mind, the boundaries and the rules don't apply to them, right? Just like you saw somebody else come up here and tried to call rules on your platform. Just like when you told somebody, don't cross this barrier, or you're going to get put down if you start to disrespect and degrade. And that's exactly what they did. To them, in their mind, rules, boundaries don't apply to them. So what they do is they come at you with the love bombing tactics, the gaslighting tactics, the little innuendos, because like you just heard this therapist say, you just heard her say there's a part of the brain, and I talk about the reason why, because the brain is a big muscle. So when the neurotransmitters in your brain get sick, like any other part of your body can get sick, a headache, a stomach ache, or whatever, something else in your body gets sick, there's a thinning in the cortex that she said that they noticed when they did studying and x-raying and MRIs on narcissistic people, there's a thinning of the part of the cortex that applies to empathy and emotions that is real thin in the brain of these type of people. If you heard her say that.
Yeah, I heard she said that.
So these studies and this evidence medically have shown that people with these type of disorders and mental illnesses have thinnings in the part of the cortex that plays on the emotions and the empathy. Because we have things in our brain that controls things. There's something in my brain that's controlling me to do my hands like this right now.
Right.
There's things in my brain that controls my mood. So when you have people that suffer from depression and bipolar, that means there's an imbalance in the brain. So they have to take medication to balance the norepinephrine and serotonin in the brain. They have to bring that back to a balance because all of that controls the mood in your brain. So that's why you have people that suffers with those type of illness goes through down periods, up periods, because that part of the brain affects your mood.
Yeah, definitely. I just think that, how, like I said, how can we, okay, so we talked about when you actually in them. Now, how can we start spotting this stuff? Well, let me finish with the docket with this lady, and then I ask that question.
Okay, all right, bro.
This narcissist operates on and then holds their supply to. So then, you start receiving a lot of the narcissistic criticism that comes from these people who just seem to pursue these perfectionist ideals that A, nobody can live up to, B, the narcissist exhibits a constant dissatisfaction with basically everything and everyone around them. Nothing is ever good enough. They are constantly working for better, to get more. It's just things aren't clean enough, things aren't big enough, things aren't fast enough, things aren't slow enough, the food isn't enough, the plumbing is this. I mean, it's, there's a lot of criticism. And so they keep a lot of these plates spinning in the air, and they keep a lot of their supplies working hard, even despite the criticism. So if you have felt yourself to be really subjected to a very sort of harsh level of expectation that is, promulgated by this individual who is the overt narcissist, and essentially you are feeling that there's a lot of control of you going on through these unrealistic expectations, and they're really giving you a sort of very discomfortable, discomfort feeling,
Okay. I heard her say something else that I want to address.
Yeah.
She said they try to control you with this narcissistic behavior, right? They want to maintain some type of control over you as a person. Now I had a lot of different experiences because I met a lot of different people. But one time I met a guy that I was doing business with him. This is the 80s. I was doing business with this guy. I was a DJ. I used to DJ parties all over Compton, all over Watts, all over Carson, just all over LA. And I had a good friend of mine who was a DJ over there at K-Day at the time. Shout out to Curtis Harmon. But Curtis Harmon was a good friend of mine at the time. And so Curtis was he was a big time DJ over there at K-Day. And so he would get offers to do parties, right? And so what Curtis would do is say, "Nah, they ain't paying me enough, Clarence. I'm not gonna go over there." He said, "Here, you go do it. They only paying $500 or they only paying $600 or whatever. You go do it, right?" Hey, I was like, $600? Yeah, I'll do it. Right? So I had to run over there and do it, right? So what happened was I hooked up with this dude from Compton, and so he was like, yeah, I'm hooked. He sold me this story about how he was hooked up with I don't know if it was some black organization, of men. I don't think it was 100 black men, but it was something like that. It was some organization he said he was really plugged into, and he said, we can do business together, as long as you cut me in on what I give you, I'm down. I was like, yeah, no problem, man. You give me something, I'll push something your way, no problem, right? So what he ended up he started only going to the stuff that he threw my way. Then he started going to the stuff that he didn't throw out. He didn't throw my way. And then what he started doing was start more and more taking over. No, don't play this record, play this record. No, we ain't gonna break here. And he started more and more taking over. And I had to tell him one time, I said, hey, this is my show here. I said, I understand you do it. And he was offended. He was like, what?
He was trying to control the narrative.
He was like, this is our thing. I said, this ain't no our thing.
Are you frozen, broken hands?
No, you were. I guess we both were.
I think broken.
No. I'm here. Am I frozen?
Oh, okay. Maybe it was me. I don't know. Yeah, but you froze.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So the point is, here's the kicker, right? So we were one night. I told him, I said, he told me, hey man, I got a party I want to do out here in Compton. So I said, okay. So it's this Crip neighborhood called Nutty Block. He said, yeah, it's down there in Nutty Block. I said, okay, all right. I said, but who is it? He said, oh, it's just a friend of mine. It's not no gangbanger thing and nothing like that, right? About an hour into it, we got 300 Crips in the backyard, right? And so obviously, of course, you know how this goes. This same thing go. I don't care if you're in Chicago, Miami, and everybody's from the same hood. Somebody's gonna step on somebody's shoe. Somebody's gonna look at somebody's girlfriend. Something's gonna happen, right?
It's a matter of time.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time, right? And so, but I went and I did it anyway because I didn't know how affiliated these people were, man. So all these gangbangers out there in the backyard. So I went to the old boy. I said, hey man, I thought you said this was supposed to be a straight up event. He said, yeah, but I knew if I told you the real, you wasn't gonna come back here. I said, what? Man, you can get. I had people with me. I said, man, these people could get injured, killed, or something out here. And sure enough, about 10 minutes after that, I mean, we had like 2 or 3 ghetto birds out there. And somebody hit somebody, and somebody started shooting. It was just and these guys are all from the same neighborhood. And so, my point is that's when I said, okay, I got to let this dude go because he's gonna get me caught up in some real drama, because he's not following the rules. The rule was you can get in on something that I come to you, but I'm still the boss. I don't care. Well, no, this is my equipment. I brought it here. You just a helper if you want to do that. So he didn't think of it. He thought of himself as, this is my business too. I said, no. But my point, long story short, is because he kept stepping over those boundaries.
Yeah.
Because he would take records. I would look for records. I couldn't find records. So you ain't old enough, Patrice. We back in the day we had to play vinyl records, right?
Really? I'm older than you, so really.
But back in the day, I'm trying to explain to you, Patrice.
I remember the 45s and the 33s, right?
You had to lift the needle and blow it, and then put it down on the record, right?
You hear that little crisping, crackling sound.
Yeah. But my point is that he was a narcissistic dude, but it took me a while to find that out. And I had to cut him loose because I saw that the personal safety. Now, my thing is, Patrice, how do we first of all, how can we see this stuff up? Is there a way we can see this stuff up front so that we can be what's the word I want to use? Because our personal safety should be
proactive.
You what?
I said, so we can be proactive to it.
Yeah. That's my point. So how can we? Is there any way that you could think of that we can kind of like you said, be proactive and see? Okay, is this the kind of person? I mean, should we test them up front, or should we just sit back and watch them? I usually just sit back and watch people. But how is there a way we can see before we get all involved with them that, oh man, this person, our goals don't align? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, bro, no, the only way, like you could vet a person for so long, you know, like I told you, like with the case with my girlfriend, she didn't show those attributes, not attributes, but she didn't show those traits for a long time. We were friends for like 6 months in before I even saw. Listen, these people are very intelligent and charismatic. They know how to draw you in and fool you until they get you. And then when you realize you already engulfed in it, it's like damn near too late or almost too late. When you start to realize like, wow. And then it's like you start to go back and things start to make sense to you when you backtrack and be like, that's why. Wait. So unfortunately, a lot of times, even when you try to vet people, as they say in these YouTube streets, that's why a lot of relationships end up being that way, is because, listen, these type of men or women can reel you in real good. They real good at reeling you in, I'm telling you. And then when they got you where you now have, formed a relationship or friendship with them, it's like, gotcha. And then even then you still don't see it because it's slow and it's subtle.
Yeah.
And let me say something else, bro Clarence. It gets to the point where you actually start questioning yourself and your own mental health and sanity. You be like, am I crazy, or did they just actually do this and then turn around and make it my fault? Like, am I crazy? Did they just spin this narrative? Wait, is it me, or did they just totally spin this narrative and make it look like they are the victim? It's amazing. Listen.
Hey, I thought it was just me. I thought it was just me, girl. Now I know it was the both of us. Okay.
Bro, Claire, these are people that literally piss on you and tell you it's raining. They will piss on you and tell you it's raining.
And you know what? Me, because I'm such a person, man, that I would never do something like this to somebody. It just catches me off guard sometimes. I just be like, I'm just sitting there, like, I can't believe you just said that.
So yeah, bro.
Whatever.
Unfortunately, of course, vet people, but sometimes even with the vetting process, man, you just listen. These people are great actors. They're very intelligent and charming and charismatic, man.
That's how they survive.
Listen, they can get the smartest of the smartest and reel them in, and you don't know it until you start to really pay attention. So with shows like this and topics like this and platforms like yours that bring these things to light is what we need, because now people literally have to be smarter than the serpent to realize, start paying attention to traits that you see in other people. Start paying close attention to traits that you see, because there's literally people that are making excuses for these type of people. They are literally, they can't see past what this person is doing. And some people know, believe me, some people know that this person or these people got issues, but they totally will not say and be accountable and say, yeah, you're right. I do see this, and this is a problem. You just got people that just won't do that. And unfortunately, a lot of our people are that way. And that's why so many things in our community get swept under the rug, because everybody see it, but don't nobody want to call it out.
Yeah, and like in real life, yeah, it might be a little more to it. But see, on the YouTube streets, most people, they're just not as involved with the person to call it out. Like, they like, hey, I know this person from YouTube, but I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna call. I'm not so involved with them.
That's your problem. Yeah, they be like, that's your thing.
Yeah.
You not with them. You did. I know they effed up, but that's your thing.
Now, what I do want to say, Patrice, is that we are not, and you tell me if I'm wrong, we are not judging anybody for any mental illness they may have. They may have a mental illness, but all we're saying is you have to watch out for your personal safety. At some point, you have to watch out for your personal safety and sanity.
Don't leave that out.
And sanity.
Yeah, no, it's a serious thing, and it needs to be talked about more. People that are in these type of situations, or people that are going through these type of mental illness, definitely need to be in therapy. Definitely need to get help. It is absolutely nothing to be ashamed about. It is absolutely nothing that you have to worry. Well, I won't say that, but I'll take that back, because I've seen this happen as well. And I understand a lot of times why people don't like to be so open to say it, is because, especially in our community, we have a tendency of, once we learn something about a person, we dog them out and drag them to that very thing. We use it against them. We have a problem with doing that in the Black community. And I'm on this platform to say no, because like I said, I understand when somebody have a mental illness and they behavior traits are that of someone that is mentally ill. But for someone that claimed they so sane, what's your excuse for the buffoonery that you're doing? At least they have a reason. They have an excuse. They have an illness. What is yours, Miss? You supposed to be so sane.
Patrice, these people are gonna always say, I'm fine, I'm good, there's no problems nowhere, right? Yeah. They all do that. So my question to you, here's a big one, Patrice. I'm coming straight between the eyes with this one. Should we forgive those people if we know they got an illness, or we don't know, because we can't say we know, because unless they put the paperwork up there, we won't know. But if we have a strong,
I believe what somebody tell me until they show me different. I believe what somebody tell me until they show me different.
I hear you, but I'm saying most of these people are not going to say, I have a mental illness, or I've been diagnosed, or I even been close to being diagnosed, or suggested I've been diagnosed. Then most of them are not going to say that. Most of them are going to say, I'm fine. What you talking about? I'm good, right?
Well, I've actually heard a couple of people openly on their panel admit their struggle with mental illness. And I actually absolutely commend them for it. I absolutely commend them for saying that, hey, I'm in therapy, I'm on medicine, I had to get help. I realized that something was wrong. So I commend women and men that do that, because listen, it need to be shown in that light without there being a cloud or taboo on the Black community for Black men and women that do that. We need to embrace our brothers and sisters that do that. Like I said, for me, Bro Clarence, that question, I can absolutely forgive that person, but I won't forget it, because you will not have a second time or a second chance to do that to me. Because if the dog bite me one time, shame on the dog. But if it bite me twice, shame on me.
Yeah. And I don't think it's unless somebody goes and gets some professional help, I think that it's probably they're going to do it again, and they probably going to, even though they may not want to, they want to stop this.
They can't help themselves. Yeah, they can't help themselves. Yeah.
They just gonna do that.
They can't help themselves.
So it's like, I was watching this thing. There's a show on TV called Hoarders. And these people, man, they just cannot help it. You know what I'm saying? People will come and clean their house up.
Oh, yeah.
And come back
and that's a mental illness. Hoarding is a mental illness, just like any type of addiction can be a mental illness. You know, many people that have had addictions, that's an imbalance in the brain as well. And a lot of times mental illness and addiction is hereditary. So a lot of times, if you have a parent or someone that may have that, there may be a child or somewhere down the line or a grandchild that may form some type of mental illness or addiction. That's just true. It's been medically and scientifically proven that these things are also hereditary as well.
All right, so okay, so I want you to remember that, Patrice. I want you to remember that. Okay, Vaughn, we're going to talk about gaslighting in just a minute. We're going to talk about gaslighting in just a minute.
Yeah, let's finish the video.
Yeah, let's finish the video. Okay, let's see. Here we go.
Feeling very uneasy, and it's when the excitement then turns and it transforms, it transmutes basically into a sort of uncomfortability with these types of people. And so it's oftentimes very confusing for victims of this type of narcissistic abuse, because what once was so satisfying and thrilling now is becoming very uncomfortable and confusing to them. And it's almost, they're being controlled through this sort of unrealistic expectation and this sort of fear. And then that fear starts to really work into that person and cause them to do a lot of things that they really hitherto would not have done. And a lot of it can be very hurtful to that person, where they violate their own standards. They get into a lot of conflicts, a lot of fighting, things of this nature, which becomes a whole big problem and imbalance. So if that is the experience that you're in, realize that this is a tactic, a tool of the narcissist, this sort of, insulting manner and judgment, which they constantly and chronically hold people to, which, as we've stated in some of the earlier videos, your internal, your judgment and your self-acceptance should come from within. It should be what's called a locus of control, which is internal versus external. So that's the whole cycle, the complex cycle that the narcissist will create, is they brainwash you into believing that they are the ones who are setting the standards and expectations for you versus it being yourself. So you end up, the victim ends up being brainwashed into feeling that they have to essentially live according to what they are stating, and their identity then becomes serving them. And that is the supply cycle. And I can go more into this, but I know that this is a lot. So we will expound on this in future videos. If this is a question you have, just comment with a little bit more specifics, and if this makes sense, let me know if this makes sense. I know it's a lot and I know it's complicated, but I do hope to help you see it a little bit more clearly so you can understand the dynamics, so you can extract yourself from it and land back on your feet. Peace and harmony with you here today. I hope these videos help. Please share, please subscribe for more great tools, videos, discussions, and support.
Ay, ay, ay.
Yeah.
Ay, ay, ay. Okay,
It's deep.
We got to push gaslighting to the side for just a second, Vaughn. Did you hear what she said, Patrice?
Yes.
She said that narcissists will put, they have a value system, and they will try to make you live under their value system as a form of control and controlling you to have you live under their value system, right? Me. I'm the value.
Yeah, that's a control tactic. Listen, that's a control tactic that if you are not a strong person, and like that other doctor said, to know that you cannot speak the language of another narcissist or another person that is mentally ill, if you are not, don't exuberate those traits and not strong enough and have the mental capacity to deal with someone like that, you need to run. Don't walk, run.
I think you froze a little bit, Patrice. We can hear you, but your picture is frozen.
What about now?
I can hear you. I hear you fine. It's just your picture is.
Oh, I don't know why it's frozen. I see myself moving.
Oh, okay. Well, we can't see you moving over here on this end, but that's okay. We hear you. We hear you good. Still look beautiful. All right. So, Patrice.
Yes, sir.
Got a question for you. Oh, there you go. All right, so now I got a question for you. And everybody in the chat, everybody, I got a question for all of you guys. Okay? Vaughn brought up the gaslighting. Vaughn brought up the gaslighting. Now, she talked about for just a minute where they try to gaslight you into, you know, they try, and it's all, in my opinion, manipulation tactic. It's all,
yeah, love bombing too. She mentioned love bombing as well.
Okay, now I'm not familiar with the love bombing, so I want you to explain what love bombing is, and then we get into the gaslighting.
The love bombing is more like if you were in a intimate or emotional relationship with this person, right? And then you call them out on their stuff, or you break it off with them. Then now they want to love bomb you. They want to kind of like do some, you know, like tell some secrets on you that you share with them intimately. They want to expose you in a way, maybe like try to disrespect or degrade you in some type of way. Maybe talk about your body, or maybe talk about, you know, like I said, something intimate that you all shared and talked about together. They may try to do something like expose some private pictures, you know, of you. But they will go around telling people about how they so love sick over you, how they were so in love with you, how they, you know, how they just, it hurt them so bad, how they cried, how they couldn't sleep, they couldn't eat, they couldn't think. Just like that R. Kelly song, I couldn't sleep, baby. I couldn't think, baby. You know, like all of that, right? Like they're the victim, but they love bombing you. They gaslighting you, but they the victim.
What is the purpose of the love bombing? I understand what the purpose of the gaslighting is, but what's the purpose of the love bombing? What's the purpose?
It's because once they see that they no longer have any type of control of you or the relationship or the situation anymore, then the only thing they know to do is come out with some kind of love bombing or gaslighting tactics. They'll try to put people against you. They'll say stuff negative and derogatory about you. They will talk about you. They will try to expose you, in whatever that means, in a way. They would do videos about you, talk about you, lie on you. All of that is gaslighting and love bombing that they would do when you no longer rock with them and they no longer have control of what they thought is the narrative of you listening to them, you know, or whatever, and you fall back, like literally fall back from them.
Oh, Patrice, you went out. You went out. Okay. While Patrice is trying to get her thing together, let me ask y'all a question.
They consider you the enemy.
Patrice?
Can you hear me?
Now, I can hear you. You just stopped moving. You froze.
Okay, yeah, my thing is buffering for some reason.
Oh, okay.
While you talk, I'm gonna try to go down and come back.
Okay. All right. So I don't know what the purpose is for the love bombing. That's the issue. I don't know what the purpose is. What is the purpose of? I mean, gaslighting, Vaughn. I can see what the gaslighting is, right? I feel like I lost control. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take one more swing at it, right? But
did you hear what I said, Bro Clarence, about the love bombing?
A little bit. You kind of cut out.
Yeah, the love bombing comes when there was a personal relationship, like an intimate, emotional relationship. And now that's no longer. So they will do anything to bomb you, to degrade you, to disrespect you. You know, that's what the love bombing is.
Okay, because I got a question, Patrice. I was asking the chat too, all of you guys. Okay, but okay, I see what the goal is in the gaslighting, right? The goal in the gaslighting is I don't have control anymore. I'm gonna try one last time to try to manipulate your feelings, since the gaslighting is kind of like a get back, right? because you ain't following the script no more. This is my get back. I'm gonna gaslight you, right? I get that. Okay, but the love bombing, like what is the person that's actually doing the love bombing going to get from doing the love bombing? Like it just makes you look sorrier and sorrier and sorrier the more you do it. What are you trying to accomplish?
In their mind, they're getting back at you for what they blame you for doing, which is backing away from them, cutting them off. So the love bombing is, now I'm gonna expose you. I'm gonna show them intimate pictures that you sent me on that you text me on that phone, or I'm gonna expose the text that you sent me when you told me that you love me too, so everybody can see that you had feelings for me. Or I'm gonna expose you, or I'm gonna do something on an intimate level to make you look away in other people's eyes. That's the love bombing. I'm gonna degrade you. I'm gonna talk about you to people. I'm gonna lie on you. I'm gonna spin narratives. And the same with the gaslighting, but the love bombing comes in a sense of people that was in some type of relationship emotionally or sexually, or some type of chemistry type of relationship. Now, when it comes to the gaslighting part is, oh, you don't want to rock with me no more. That's okay. I'm gonna spin this narrative. I'm gonna make it look like, you make you look like a fool to everybody. Because I'm gonna talk about you now. I'm gonna do a video on you. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna lie to on you to people. That's the whole gaslighting thing. Because see, it's your fault. It's your fault.
So it sounds like to me, based on what you're saying, that what it really boils down to is, I'm the victim. I'm the victim in this situation.
Oh yes, and see, and with the love bombing, I was so in love with him. Bro Clarence, do you understand? I cried so hard for him. I couldn't sleep. Bro Clarence, I couldn't eat. I was so sick. Please understand, I loved him so much. I wanted to marry him. I thought that was the love of my life. But then you doing all this sneak stuff behind my back.
What you doing, Patrice? What you doing?
You look bad. Now you didn't expose those intimate pictures that I sent you that was private for you and I. All those intimate texts and all those intimate things we talked about, things I shared with you privately about me. Now you've exposed me, but you love me though. You love me.
Oh man, hold on, Patrice, because we got to go there. Patrice. New Growth says they say love bombing is lavishing someone with praise and gifts and to gain their trust to manipulate. Yeah, that's what that's basically what they call simping. You try to manipulate someone by being a good guy. Yeah, that's true. New Growth says they don't specify happening after a breakup. They take it happen at the beginning. Yeah, I'm sure it can happen at any point of the situation. The point is, like you said, it's a manipulation tactic. It's a way to manipulate. See, when you one-on-one with the person, you can manipulate them. But then when that person break off from you, now you're trying to manipulate the general public, that everybody that knows that person, you're trying to manipulate them. And so it's a bad situation, at least the way I look at it. Now some people look at it as that's just the cost of doing business, but I don't know.
Nah, because if a person leave you alone and they done with you, be done with it. Why try to love bomb that person? Why try to gaslight that person? Why try to, now that she done with me or he's done with me, I'm gonna send them pictures that she sent me of her nude. Now that was when you and I were in some type of, that was private. That was between you and I. But now you want to show them to the world. Now you want to expose me. Now you want to expose, our text, intimate text between each other. Now you want to gaslight me and make me look bad in people's eyes. But remember, I loved him, Bro Clarence. When he left me, I couldn't eat. I couldn't sleep. Like bro, Clarence, I cried for days and days. I'm so hurt. I'm sorry. I'm downhearted and trodden, broken hearted.
Yeah, I've seen that happen a bunch of times. You know, my son's mother, you know, she would always threaten to leave. She would always threaten to leave the house. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave. And my son would say, you know, don't leave, please don't. He would beg her back and everything. Yeah. And so finally, the last time she left, my son told her, okay, go ahead and go. So she left. She's like, okay, I'm gonna get you. Right now, remember, my son is in his new apartment with his new baby, and she said, I'm gonna just go back to my mother's house, right? So she did. She jumped in her car and went back to her mother's house. So she sat by the phone waiting on my son to call her. And so when my son didn't call her for like 2 or 3 days, she said, hey, what's going on? And she said, what's the matter with you? You know, I've been gone this long. How come you haven't called me back? And so my son said, that's it. I told you, if you walk out the door this time, that was it. This is the last time you're going to do this. You out of here.
Yeah.
So she didn't believe it, right? And so she tried to come back, and he was like, no, you don't understand. You out. That's it. You done, right? Oh, my God. She killed him on social media. She killed him. She killed him.
Then they try to embarrass you on social media. Talk about what? Look, did she talk about how horrible of a son he was and all this? That's what they do. That's what they do.
Oh, man.
That's what they paint a picture. They create a narrative. They spin it.
We got to go to court Monday over custody of this baby again. This is like the 4th time we had to go back to court to fight for custody for this baby because she's been doing stuff like this the whole time. He
a sorry excuse for a baby daddy. He ain't been in the baby life. He a horrible person.
They have mutual friends. All his mutual friends told him he was a deadbeat dad. But the baby lives with him. Actually, the baby lives with me. Be honest with you, the baby lives with me. But because he lives across the street, he's able to go, you know what I'm saying? But the baby actually lives with me. He's with me, right? But the point is, he's the face of the organization. And so she left. I'm out. And so they have mutual friends. The mutual friends her family won't deal with him. None of them people will deal with him. And it's not because of him. It's because of her. It's because she went back and told everybody he's a deadbeat dad. He won't do this. He won't do that. He won't do this. But the court gave us temporary custody, full custody, right? But that's what I'm saying. See, but she did this love bombing because I kept telling my son, I said, man,
and gaslighting. That's love bombing and gaslighting.
I said, she's trying to get back into you. She's just trying to get you upset so you'll open your heart and really bring. She's still doing it. This been like 2 or 3 years. She's still doing it.
Honey, my ex-daughter-in-law still doing it to my son, and my oldest grandchild is 14 now. Okay, so there you have it.
Yeah.
But that's what a lot of bitterness and you know, when you are mentally, you know, when you are mentally unbalanced and something is clearly wrong, and you show the traits of someone that is narcissistic. That's the narrative you're going to spin because you want everybody to see your side, but you are so far removed from your shit in it.
Right.
You know, because you only want people to see your side. And that's the unfortunate part of someone that suffers or have these type of traits. And it's not funny. It's really serious. But, you know, you have to look at it as it is an illness. They do have a reason for their behavior. They have a reason that they behave that way.
I'll tell you my story with this situation, Patrice. So, with my story with this situation, we found out later that she had been evaluated psychologically. She had a psych evaluation. We found out later, right? We found out later. So we've been trying to catch up to that paperwork. They will not give it to. Of course, her and her mother not gonna give us that paperwork. But we found out, right? Now,
Same with my daughter-in-law. Yep.
they took the baby. I mean, the whole reason why we had to go to court because they took the baby and kept her. You know, we were supposed to be week on, week on, week on. They took her 1 week and they just kept her. They just wouldn't bring her back, right? We went to the police, everything. They said, hey, until y'all get a court order, we can't do nothing.
Exactly.
Right? Okay. Now, here's my question for you. And meanwhile, this chick was like, if you let me come back to home, I'll bring the baby with me. She telling this to my son. So my son, of course, I was telling him, no, don't do that. We're going to go to court. So don't even trip. So should I, now, I have never forgiven her and her mother for that. Even though I know, in my heart, I know this person she has been diagnosed because they let it slip that she was diagnosed with some type of mental. I don't know. I don't think it was.
Same with my daughter-in-law. Same thing. Yep.
They let it slip that she was diagnosed with it, but that don't mean I'm like, oh well, because you've been diagnosed, I'm gonna be okay with what you did.
That's
I'm not okay with what you did. You know, what I'm saying?
That's not an excuse. Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So I, you know, but
it's a reason, but it's not an excuse.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And I'm willing to work with you if you're willing to work with us. But the whole point, we filed custody because this girl, man, I mean, my granddaughter would come back and say, they made me sleep on the floor, or my grandmother had me in the bed with some man. And, you know, we know she goes in motorcycle gang things, right? She had me in the yeah. So I was like, I told my son, I said, what are we doing, man? Come on, we got to go. We can't let this baby go back here. Never. Right? So that's why we had to go to court and get temporary full custody, right? But now it's coming back up for review, right? But my whole point is, I let it go. I didn't even, you know, like I used to mad dog them and everything when they dropped the baby off or whatever. I let it go. I said, okay, I'm gonna let it go because I know her and her mother got mental issues. Well, I don't know, but
you suspect. You suspect.
Suspicion because they let it slip that they had. She was evaluated before, and you know, and it wasn't like nothing. All's clear. It was some stuff on the table there, and so. But anyway, should we forgive, or should we let it go, or how do we handle the fact that even though we know somebody's in the midst of doing something to us as it relates to their illness, can we let it go, or what should we do as far as, because I mean, we laughing because of the pain. It's really not funny, right? Like you said, it's really not funny. We're laughing to try to ease the pain because
laugh, as they say, laugh to keep from crying.
Yeah, but you know, how do we move forward? How do we move forward? Because if we have somebody, like you said, you already said what we should do. If we can't help somebody and we see that they have some of these traits, it's pretty much
we gotta let them go. And the thing of it, bro, Clarence, if you guys already have custody of your granddaughter, that's good, right? Because that is an unhealthy environment for her to be in. And if you don't, and you're fighting for her, fight for her, because again, that's an unhealthy environment for her to grow up in. You saying that this baby be sleeping with strangers, like they will just put her in the bed and have her sleeping with strange men. Like no one wants their grandchild be subjectable to that type of atmosphere and environment, right? Because it's dangerous and it's toxic, because we know that strangers do things to children, right? So fight for her in any way you can. You could forgive her because you know she has a mental illness for that. That's the reason that she doing what she do. You could forgive her, but don't forget it, and fight for your grandchild. That's what I would say. That's what I would do in that case.
It's on the cracking already. It's already on the cracking. I mean, she don't have no lawyer. She ain't got no money, but we got a lawyer. We swinging as hard as we can. If they even give her unsupervised time, it won't be because we didn't fight for it, right? But my point is, What if you got somebody in your life that you can't let go of? Like my oldest boy, I can't cut him loose, right? I mean, I guess I could, but to cut him loose would be cutting my granddaughter loose. So I'm kind of stuck in the middle.
So it's him that has the child.
It's him that has the he has the custody of the child on paper. We actually have a baby, right? But he has custody of the baby now because we had to go there and say, hey, she's smoking with the baby in the car, right? She's smoking cannabis with the baby in the car. Baby, she would drop the baby off and baby clothes smell just like smoke or smell like cannabis, right? And you do your thing. I have no problem with nobody doing their thing, but you don't do it in front of the baby, right? You got to go outside. That's just a responsibility that you have as a parent. You have.
Parents, let me ask you this. So, what is the issue? What is the issue with your son? Because I hear you say he has the custody. So it's his daughter and your grandchild. So why you want to not have anything to do with him? What's the issue with him?
No. It's not that I don't want to have him. I love the boy, but I just wish he would listen. He don't listen, and so he gets us in these trouble, these situations. Like we told him how to handle this situation by documenting everything.
He's not listening.
And he's like, oh yeah, I'm doing it. I said, okay. I kept saying, bring it over to me. Let me take a look at it. Oh yeah, I will. And he never did. And so then the last time he went to get to the review, he didn't have none of that stuff. He was lucky that she didn't show up. They just said, okay, we just keep it going, right? She didn't show up. But if that hadn't happened, I mean, they would be on the same page.
So, bro, Clarence, I heard you say that she be at your house a lot. Have you asked your son, would he consider you and your wife getting custody of her?
Yeah, that was the whole plan. That was the plan. But his lawyer said, no, just don't do that, because if they're gonna have to make you look so bad to do it, till you're gonna be in a bad way when you actually try to get the baby back. So don't do that. So I told him, and I was even at one point the girl was even willing to do it, but I said, but like I said, the lawyer came in and said, no, don't do that. So he listened to the lawyer. So I said, oh.
So now, would your son be willing to get custody of his daughter, but still let you and your wife raise her? Would he be willing to do that?
Now, that's what we're doing now.
Okay.
We're we're the ones actually raising her. She lives with me 99% of the time, right? She may go to his, she may go to his house and spend a night here and there, but she lives with me. Everything lives with me.
And for the record, this is allegedly, because I don't want it to come back to get you in trouble. Allegedly. Okay, so unfortunately, because that's the situation, you have to deal with your son. I see what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? So he's the face of the organization. So we have to go through him to get things done. But he won't listen, so that we can just stamp her out. We can just boom, she's done, right? But he will not let us do that. Now, I don't know if it's because he still got feelings for her or whatever it is. He would just not put the lid on the trash can with her. But we saying, hey, you leave the door open. You notice she's got mental illness. You notice she already let that slip. You know that her mom let that slip, that all of them got mental illness. She's got a brother that actually lives in a sanitarium, right?
Yeah, see? Right. It's hereditary. It's hereditary, obviously, allegedly in their family.
Right?
Allegedly.
So my point is this. We want to make a safe environment for this baby, right? We want to make a safe environment. And he is not understanding that, the lengths you got to go to. Like some of the times, some of these people don't realize the depths of what you got to go through as a parent. That is a deep hole. You got to be willing to go down that hole. You got to be willing. I had one of my sons is autistic. He he was about maybe 5 or 6 years old. We were at a campsite. We were camping. Me and all three of my sons, my wife, our family. We were at this campsite. We were fishing and everything. So we're all fishing in one lake, and so that son kind of crept over to this other lake that was across the way. Next thing I know, I hear splash. Right, he is in the middle of this lake, right? You know, Gerga, he don't know how to swim. He's like, man. I mean, I had to fully clothed. I had to run over there and jump straight into that water, right? Pull him out of that water, right?
Oh my goodness!
But you know, Patrice, what you won't do, what you won't do for your children,
Yeah.
Children, right? Is there any danger that's greater than your love? No, there ain't no danger greater than your love for your child. You're going to do it, whatever, right? I mean, so
almost. That's me though. Almost. I ain't gonna do anything and almost
like that. When they little like that, I'm talking about when they little like that.
Yeah. Of course,
you know
of course. But when they get grown, then you know better. You make your bed hard, you gotta lie in that. That's the type of parent I am. I'm sorry. I'm like, I don't rock with even my son. You know, if he doing something wrong and he's grown now, and I know I raised you to know right from wrong, and you choose to make the wrong choices in life, you're gonna have to deal with that. Now, when it comes to his baby's mother, it's kind of the same situation, and he spent tens of thousands of dollars fighting that. And it's unfortunate that the system leans towards the mothers in favor more than they do the fathers, even when it's documented that the mother have issues mentally, right? Same situation, kind of with my ex-daughter-in-law, right? And she lives there where you are in the state of California. And it was so easy for her to walk in the police station literally and just say, my son had been abusing his daughter. Now, mind you, he ain't seen his daughter since she was 8 months old. She is now 14. And it is on record in the state of California that if he go within 100 feet of his daughter, he will get arrested. That is the difference of how the system treats men as opposed to how they treat women in most cases. So my son said, I cannot keep spending this money, mama. I got other children to take care of. I got to let it go and hope that one day when my daughter gets 18, she will want to come to me and have the conversation, because I can't do this no more. So I get it. And it's and all of this, knowing that it's documented about her mother having mental issues, but this is the system that we live in. She spins narratives. She have lied on my son, the whole nine. And he just got to a point, he's like, I can't do it. I can't. You will go broke trying to fight a system. So in your case, bro Clarence, with your son, unfortunately, in order to have your granddaughter in your life the way that you do, you have to deal with your son because he's the one that have custody.
Exactly. I'm stuck there. You know what I'm saying? I love them, but sometimes I don't like them. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, trust me, I know.
Right? So I gotta just,
because you love her, bro Clarence, because I've heard you talking to her and in the background and saying, I gotta go do this with my granddaughter. And I love that. And because you love her so much, you endure and take what you take off your son because of her. And that's the bigger picture. That's what we have to look at and pay attention to, that we're willing to deal with the BS from our children because we want our grandchildren in our lives, right?
Yeah, she ain't got nowhere, Patrice, she ain't got nowhere to go. If
wow.
I could give her to you, I would give her to you. But other than that, where can she go? She ain't got no place to go. She ain't got no place to live. Yep. So me and my wife is it. The mother, I just told y'all, allegedly but they already did a slip. Her mother told us that she had an evaluation that didn't go so good. So we already know. She just never gave us the paperwork to show us, but we already know that is absolutely something in play. And when even when we let her be with her, I mean, she she just never had that bond with the baby, man. She just never. And
Yeah, the motherly maternal instincts that should kick in sometimes with women. And listen, just because a woman have a baby doesn't mean she's naturally a mother. She has that natural ability for those maternal instincts to kick in like that. It doesn't happen all the time. Some women are just not built for it, and it just is what it is, unfortunately. But in your case, I would do the same thing. I would deal with my son that don't want to listen, just so I can have my grandbaby in my life.
Yeah, you know what I mean? What can you do, man? You know, I mean, you know, what can I do? I'm the only, you know, we're the only saving grace for that baby. So I can't just walk away and say, you know, and take that baby then. Nah.
She needs you. And you so blessed and so fortunate to be able to have her in your life. So listen, cherish it. Cherish it.
I do. Y'all hear me say, hey, I gotta get off because I got there's a baby waiting for me, right? She's sitting in my chair right now.
Bro Claire, my grandbaby, the one I'm talking about, that's 14 years old, graduated from high school today. And I was not able to be there. I was not able to come because of her silly mama, okay? So me or my son was not allowed to see her walk across that stage to get ready to go to high school, okay? So cherish every moment that you have with your granddaughter, because I've missed so many moments with mine. And it's unfortunate. I have made up my mind that I forgive her mother, but I will never forget it. I forgive her because I know she have mental issues, but I will never forget her for that. Never.
That's the thing.
I will never forget it. I will never forget it. That is so, you know, so much valuable time lost because of that. You know, but she's conniving, she's cunning, she's manipulative, she's all of that. And people that are mentally ill are naturally that way. They can't help it because they're sick. And that's why I want us to understand how important it is for us that when we see these things in our community, we try to talk about it and reach out and try to help the people. But we can't help nobody that don't want to help themselves.
Yeah. My son is everything this lady was describing. I mean, he just doesn't see it. You know, he just don't see it. You know what I mean? And the mother too. The mother just don't see it. The mother be like, "What's the problem?"
Well, if you say the mother is mental too, they speak the same language, so she's not going to see it because she's the same way her daughter is, and that's what that doctor was saying. If you are not a person that can either learn to speak their language or you speak their language because you're mentally ill too, you're never gonna get it. You're never gonna get it, and these people are so toxic in your life, and literally they will mentally and physically and emotionally drain you. And you have to not run, not walk, run. Literally run, like run away fast as you can.
Right. And I mean, you know, the number that you see down at the bottom, Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, 1-800-662-4357. That number is from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and that's a hotline for them. If you have any issue, I'm sure they would direct you to, you know, somebody a little closer to you. But that's a national hotline number for them. If you have any, if you are experiencing something where you consider, hey, maybe I'm having a little break here, and I need some help here, and you know, that's a number that you can call. And I'm glad you called me, Patrice, and said, "Hey, Clarence, put that number up there." Thank you for doing that, because it's a number that people, a lot of, like I said, especially in the Black community.
Yes.
I think you know, we, especially men, we don't really look at how serious mental health is as far as getting some help ourselves. And so if you know somebody needs some help, or you think you might need some help, you can call this 1-800 number, And this is not my number. This is not Patrice's number. This is the U.S. government, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. They will help. They will get you some help.
And I want to say something right quick too, bro, Clarence, because I want to talk about this part of it. I lost 3 people to self-deletion.
Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that.
Because of mental health issues that went unchecked. One was a relative, and 3 different people and 3 different forms of self-deletion. And I believe that we all probably know someone or know a friend or a relative have had someone that have did a self-deletion before, and it's a serious thing in our community that a lot of times, I want to tell y'all, when you start to see unusual behavior and traits, in a loved one or friend, especially when it comes to things like depression, because I can have a breakup or something with a guy, and I might have the blues for a week, a month, 6 months, maybe. But if it's consistent, guys, if it's unusual, if you see change in behavior, change in attitude, thought, the way they talk, if you literally see them not caring how they look anymore, only talking about doom, just doom, just down, doom, please try to talk to them, convince them to get help. A good friend of mine that I met when I was 19 years old went through a breakup. He was a guy, went through a breakup with a woman, and he was an introverted type of guy. And he was in his very first serious relationship. And he broke up with the woman. She played games with him. Yeah, she played mind games with him. You'll break up with him, get back together, go back with her ex-husband, that type of stuff. And he got to the point where he couldn't take it anymore. And when she finally broke up with him for good, I guess, because she went back to her ex-husband, and he lived in another state, and he came back home. At this time, I was living in Illinois, and I know him because we know our friends and we know our relatives. We know their behavior. And when I saw him not caring about how he looked, dressed, he had stopped even taking a shower, Bill Crayons. He had stopped taking care of his hygiene, stopped brushing his teeth. And when I ran into him, he looked so bad.
Yeah.
And this is what I say about when we see things and we don't say nothing. And I know you can't force a grown person to do anything. And I remember him coming to somewhere where I was. And I said, bro, this not you. I've never seen you not care about how you look. He didn't care that his hair wasn't combed. You could tell he hadn't taken a bath in a while. His clothes was wrinkled, like his teeth, like you could just tell his whole hygiene. This was not my friend.
Yeah.
And they had been telling me that he was depressed and going through this, but I hadn't seen him yet. And I saw him, and we sat at a table, and I cried, and I talked to him and begged him to please go get some help. And I said, I know that you love this woman. I said, and I know you've never been in love like this before. You're not used to this type of relationship and things. I said, but yes, people hurt you and they disappoint you. I said, but bro, you could get over this. You could get past this. And he looked at me and he said, I don't think I can live without her.
Oh.
And bro, Clarence, I cried and begged my friend to go get help. Of course, he told me he would. He said, okay, I'm going to go get some help. He walked out the door. That was the last time I saw him.
Oh, man.
3 days later, we got a call, and he had deleted himself. And let me tell you, this is why I say mental illness is so so prominent in the Black community now. And we see the signs of unusual behavior in our loved ones, even the ones that's showing traits of like real bad anger, like unusual anger, to the point where they destroy stuff. They tearing up property, they break it in, they they're jumping on people. Like, this is unusual for people that we know and we love. We know that they don't usually behave like that. I'm telling you to please find a way to try to help them and talk to them and convince them to get help. And I know you can't make nobody do anything that's grown. I get that. But I'm telling you, we let things go a lot that we see that are behaviors in people that we know is not their usual behavior, right? Or we see something that we know don't sit right and we say nothing, or we make excuses for it. Right. And then we have situations like mass shootings, or you have the deletion and self-deletion situations. Yeah. And we say, we saw it. We knew something was wrong. We couldn't put our finger on it. I'm telling you, we have to speak up more. We have to talk about these things more, because it's hurting us. Look what just happened in Tulsa with this thing. Yeah. What if, we never think we walk out our door and not going to see a loved one anymore. We never think we're going to walk out our door and we not come back anymore. But this is the world we living in now. So instead of us fighting each other, let's fight all of these things that's plaguing us in our communities, like the mental illness and so forth. I just want to close with that story to say, if Vaughn want to come up here and talk about the gaslighting a little bit, we can, if he's still in the chat. But and anybody else, bro, it's up to you if you want to drop the link and have anybody come up. But I think that this topic is so important, and we need to really pay attention to what's going on in the world around us and the people that are around us that are hurting.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Patricia. It's like the important thing is identifying these type of traits in the person, so that you can notice, okay, this person may have some issues that I'm unequipped to deal with. Okay, so now what should I do from here? Should I let it go, or should I move forward? What should I do? And so that's the thing I want us to be careful. And then I don't want to make fun of people. I don't want us to be up here, because
we never did that. In this whole topic, we never did that.
I'm just talking about us as a community, Patrice, because we as a community sometimes we will
use it against them, recognize it.
Exactly. We will drag people because we feel like they got some kind of issue, and we drag them. And then and that's not what I want to do here either. We're not, you and I are not doing it, but I hope we're encouraging everyone else. If you see something like that, if you see outlandish behavior, like you said, just outrageous behavior to simple situations, you see outrageous behavior, you should say to yourself, maybe something going on here. If
something seriously going on, right?
If you can't help, then maybe you either have to think of one or two things. Either you can help them, or you have to for your own personal safety, you have to back off and just let them, because only thing you can do to anybody on YouTube or anybody in life, because like I said, I got a son, a grown son. I can't make him do that. I'm telling him, you got to do it this way, and he's telling me I don't have to do it that way. I can do it this way. I'm like, dude, you lose every time you don't do what I tell you. But okay, what can I say? You know what I'm saying? I can't make you do it this way. So what I'm doing.
All the things you do to people when you see their behavior, say, hey, just say, hey, you ever thought about maybe going to therapy? You ever thought about maybe going to talk to somebody, man? I'm noticing, or a woman, that I'm noticing, this is going on, or that is going on with you,
If you say that, if I was to say that to somebody, hey, have you ever thought about going to get therapy? Have you ever thought about maybe, doing X, Y, Z? some people, like my son, he'll get offended. He'll be like, ain't nothing wrong with me. Why
I don't care about them getting offended if I tell them to try to go get therapy or help. They can get offended. At least I know I said something.
Right? Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. Well, now I would if now my son is on a different spectrum. I would say he's closer to the spectrum of the just solely narcissist. Well, he hasn't gotten to that. He's not at the point where I feel like he would ever do something to himself or somebody else or something like that. But if he got to that, if he started creeping that direction, then maybe I would step in there and try to be more aggressive. But right now, I'm trying to let him see that you keep telling me how good your plan is, but we keep ending up back in court.
Right.
What? And then, hey, Dad, I need $1,200 to get to a lawyer. I need $600 to get. Okay, but you want me to help you, but you ain't listening to me. And I don't have no choice, right? Like I said, I'm squeezed between a hard place, because if I don't do it, what's going to happen to my granddaughter? Bye-bye.
Right.
So
yeah,
it's like, what do you do? What do you do? So I have to be, you have to withstand the bull, and then you have to, still keep pressing on. But I just want us to make the Black community be a place where it's okay to go get help for being abused. It's okay to go get help if you have a mental imbalance.
Even the anger issue, because people don't realize that anger issue is a mental illness. It's a mental issue. It's not normal to get angry to the point where you explode. And right. I've seen that on these panels with some men.
But I'm
saying, hello.
I've seen it too. But I'm saying,
hello.
A normal person wouldn't walk around with a broken leg for the rest of their life, right? They would go and get it treated. And so the same thing with the mental illness, that, hey, you should, if you think you got some mental illness, if you sit down with some people and they say, hey, maybe you could benefit from this, right? Why not? You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, in the Black community, we look at it as like that's like a bad scarlet letter, right? And I'm trying to promote it that it's not a scarlet letter. But anyway, Patrice, I don't know if anybody else wants to come up. I think Mr. Long is out there. I don't know if you want to talk to Mr. Long. Yeah, but Mr. Long is out there. How about this? I'll talk to him. If you don't want to talk to him, just let me know. But I'll talk to him if you want to talk.
And also, what I was gonna say, because Vaughn had asked about the gaslighting part. So yeah. I didn't know if Vaughn was still in the chat, but no, I just basically wanted to say that I know that it is a real thing, for people to have these traits. Some go diagnosed and some go undiagnosed, right? But we all know it's a real thing, and it's nothing to play with. It's a serious issue, and it's an issue that we need to continue to talk about in the Black community, because we are losing a lot of our people. And just like this situation has happened in Buffalo, in Texas, now in Oklahoma, I'm gonna tell y'all, it's not over. It's not over happening. It's because somebody knows that they have a family member that has a mental issue, and that they walking around your house every day, and you're not having the conversation with them. You're not telling them get help. If they are underage, you are not making sure they are getting help, because if they're underage, you are responsible for them getting help. If you got custody of them as a parent or grandparent, if they are underage, you are responsible for making sure, if you got your grandchild or your child, and you see that there's some underlying issues going on, you need to go and take that child to get some help, because you're responsible. And this is the thing, the laws need to change when it comes to stuff like that, because when they are underage, they need to start holding these adults that's responsible for these children. They need to start holding them accountable as well. Like real talk, because this is getting out of hand.
But see, the thing, like I said, Patrice, it's a stigma. There's a stigma. See, people don't want to, especially black men. I can't have no weakness nowhere, because if I have a weakness, then people are gonna drag me. So I'm a buff up like I ain't got no weaknesses nowhere. Instead of saying to you, okay, yeah, just admit, hey, you know what, I'm not as strong in this part here. When I used to play basketball, I'd say, okay, I wasn't strong shooting from one side of the court, so I had to go practice that, right? I had to go practice that. Or I wasn't strong at, getting rebounds, so I had to hit the weight room, hit my legs, so I could get up a little higher. You know what I'm saying? So I had to recognize things that I was weak in. You know what I'm saying? Because I said, hey, I'll never get the rebound. Okay, it's not there. It's not these guys.
And bro, class, if you want to post that that link that Darrell put in back, that's fine with me. But again, for me, like I said, you can be sorry or you can ask for somebody's apology, but correction, if you don't correct it, there's no apology to accept. If you don't correct the behavior, if you don't correct the lie, if you don't correct the narrative, everything else means nothing. Correction is what is right to do. So if you're not correcting the behavior, correcting the lie, correcting the narrative, then everything else means nothing.
Okay. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, Patrice, did you have any other words? Because I don't know about you and Daryl being on the same platform. I don't want to do that just yet. So I'm gonna pull you down if you're done. I'm
done. I just want to say thank you, Bro Krantz, for allowing me to come and us discuss this topic. I think it is absolutely so important to do. It's so important to do. Like I said, I've lost 3 people that's close to me, and I don't want to see it happening to anybody that I care about or love. I don't want to see it happening to anybody that I've even indirectly met in these YouTube streets, because I know that it is a mental illness and I know it's a real thing. I know this. So I've had my experience with a friend that I know that is certified. And I just can't rock. I just can't rock with her. I can't rock with her.
But that doesn't mean you don't care about it. That don't mean you don't like her.
I absolutely care about it and care about what happened to her. Absolutely, but I can't be a friend no more.
You gotta look out for your personal safety.
I can't be a friend no more.
Your safety and your sanity, right? You got to look out for that first, right? Your first place where you got to protect is you. Your first. We got a saying in the nation, walk. What do you say? Guard your temple. Oh man, I forgot it just that fast. But it's about being on your temple, being on your post. Your post is your temple. Your temple is you. Walk your post in a perfect manner, keeping always on alert. On your temple, which is your temple, is you. You your first post. You the first place you need to stand guard is you, and then you can guard other people, right?
Right.
All right.
I know what was done to me, and correction. I don't accept apology. I accept correction of behavior.
Okay.
Thank you, Bro Klance. I appreciate you. And I'm going down to bring anybody up that you wanna. I will watch in the chat.
Okay, I got you.
All right.
Talk to you later.
All right. Bye bye.
All right, Mr. Long.
What's going on, brother?
I don't know. You tell me, brother. What's going on?
Let me say this before I'm cooking in the background, my brother. If anything that Lady OG need me to do a video, whatever, listen, whatever the word is, I'll do it without question, right? I just want to say that before I keep going. I want to make sure that's very, very, very clear.
Since you brought it up, let me quickly address what I think it is. Obviously, she can tell you what she needs done, but in my opinion, she's a little hurt by some things that happened. Now,
me too.
but You asked me about her, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm just telling you about her. She's a little hurt about some things that happened. So I don't know, but I think she's said, she's saying she want to see some things before she actually, kind of like let it go a little bit. So
Can I say something publicly now, sir?
okay.
And then whatever correction you want me to do, I'll do it without question. I'll put that on lay of life.
Brother, I just want you to live I want you to live a long time. Listen, you don't owe Brother Clarence. I just want you to live a long time and take care of your children, brother. That's all. You ain't got to be
no, we all good. We actually going canoeing tomorrow. We going canoeing tomorrow. We got a nice little family vacation coming up. But let me say this before we keep going.
Have a lot of money. You don't have a lot of money. You know what your children gonna remember? They're gonna remember the day you took her out and just went walking down the street with her, walked to the store, bought her a bag of chips and a little drink or something. That's what they're gonna remember, man. They ain't gonna remember you got a bag full of money.
I agree. I want to say this publicly.
Let me stop talking. Let me let you talk, girl. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. I want to say this publicly because maybe I mixed my words up that evening. Lady OG Patrice never talked to me except one time, just to make this very clear, about the situation with, I'm not even going to say her name. I'm just going to call her JK for now. Okay?
Please don't. Thank you.
Because I don't want this to be another reaction video and spiral of bullshit, right? But I want to put that out there so everybody can see that, like, I'm not beneath reconciliation, right? But at the end of the day, I just want to make sure that everybody knows that Lady OG Patrice only spoke to me about that situation once. And that's all I have to say about that. Like I told her in the back, had nothing but love for her. And one day everything will all just come together. But as far as the topic.
Okay, let's get on the topic.
blackmanheal.org. There's a few of the different ones that I post for you, and I just email them to you so you can
Yeah, I want you to tell me a little bit about it before I just posted it out there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So blackmanheal.org is an organization that's they do free therapy for black men. It's a nonprofit, so they live and die off donations, right? A lot of the therapists are pro bono. Actually, one of the therapists is one of my great friends. Her name is The Peace of My Mind. You can find her on YouTube. She's a member of Delta Sigma Theta. She is a therapist here in Detroit.
Okay.
Here in Detroit, also, what she does is she mentors young black men, young black women who are who have mental issues. I speak to her on a daily. Spoke to her this morning. Spoke to her a few different nights ago. Every single day. She is one of the people who I've been working with, to really help black men. One of the black men we've helped recently is my brother Razik, who's been on my page recently. I'm not sure if he's been on yours, but if you go on my page, he tells a story about how his mother said she didn't love him. It almost mirrored the story of DMX story, right? DMX story saying his mother didn't love him either, and she told him he wasn't shit. And as you know, Brother Clarence, there's a study by the CDC called Adverse Childhood Studies. And when you have adverse childhood experiences, when you have these type of experiences, the trauma lasts a lifetime. It can change your neurodevelopment. It can change your social outcomes, right?
Absolutely.
Obviously, your social outcomes will change the circles you're around, which will change your income, your life span, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I employ everyone to just do some research on free therapy resources. And actually, what I would love to see people do is go in the neighborhood, because these YouTube videos that we make, they don't reach everybody. Not everybody where I'm from, the ghetto, right? They don't reach the ghetto. And you from Compton, Clarence, you know that's a fact as well. Yeah. What we actually need is people, in my opinion, like Lady Peace of My Mind, to go door by door. And I commend her because she has her own child, her own family. And she could be just not giving a shit about nobody. I mean, she makes enough money, with her paid clients, but she spends so much time. And I've been helping her with that. As a matter of fact, I've actually enlisted Anton Daniels as well to help me, because we are two people who obviously don't agree on many things, but we've chosen to work together because we are in the same city.
Well,
And
Dale,
you
let me
know,
ask you a question, man. Let me ask you a question
yes, sir.
because that all sounds good. But like I was asking Patrice, how can we get
Yes,
the
sir.
stigma off of mental illness for black men? See, black men do not.
Ooh.
They feel like they get insulted when you say to them, "Hey, have you ever thought about getting some counseling, or have you ever thought about getting some therapy?" And so they just will black and you as you know, black
Yeah.
men are. I mean, black men are are they usually die a lot earlier than
80%
everybody
of all suicide. Sorry, sub
else.
deletions.
No,
80%
not
of all
even.
sub.
I'm not even talking deletion. I'm just talking about poor health, poor food
Okay.
choices, and poor health. They die. They die usually years before everybody else, right? So what I'm saying is, because and one of the reasons why is because they don't go to the doctor. Black men do not want to go to the doctor, and I'm saying all of this. How can we create a climate where people are okay with going and getting therapy? They're okay. A lot of our people, like you was talking about, the brother you were talking about, they have real serious illnesses, situations from when they were children that they have still haunt them in adulthood. And if they would go get some therapy about it, it may benefit them. But because we got this stigma on black men, there's a stigma on I got to be 100% all the time, and that's not even the case. How do we move past that so we can knock on those doors? So you talking to somebody? I
Oh
mean, talking to
man.
somebody been out in the street with papers and pies, and I did my time out there.
Yeah.
I've seen all kind of different kind of people out there. So my point is, but it's only gonna work if we as a community create a environment where it's okay. Somebody like myself or you even feel like, hey, I'm not going to, no, if I say that I'm going to therapy, nobody's going to weaponize that against me, as Patrice was saying. Now, how do you
Ooh.
feel we could do something like that or move in that direction?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because one of the side effects of having adverse childhood experiences is unhealthy coping mechanisms, which obviously is
Agreed.
sex, drugs, selling
Agreed.
drugs,
Agreed.
drinking, all that bullshit is why we have high teen pregnancy, et cetera, et cetera. But to
Agreed.
answer your question directly, that's actually something that I've been talking to a piece of my mind about, and I'm gonna tap you in with her. She's a very good person. I think she would love to join your panel. Actually, listen. I'm not even gonna lie, brother Clarence. I think the only way that we can do that is if we have people who stop. Let me not say the word shitting on people, but like people treat mental health in the black community like it's the worst thing that you can be a part of. They make
Correct.
fun of them,
Correct.
and we that was something that me and Anton talked about recently. Was we stigmatize the wrong things in our communities? But let me say this real quick. If 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 we had more people showing love to these young brothers and the way that you and Rico and OG Patrice has poured love into me, and let me say this too, specifically Mr. Best in the World and his wife, because they actually called me on the phone while I was crying. Bolo TV, Mr. Von Bryant. These are guys who have prayed for me. These guys have, you know, I was it's hurtful when you see different things happening and
Yes,
different
sir.
people participating in it, and you have to make a choice then. And so many of us, we don't choose therapy because of the stigma behind it. But I really don't know. I don't know how to answer that question because so many people, they go to therapy and then they get laughed at. They get told, "Oh, you must be crazy." So even when people are actually trying to work out whatever mental illnesses, whatever mental traumas, because sometimes people go to therapy not to be diagnosed and not because they have anything going on with them, but when you have certain traumas, it's going to come out one way or another. It's going to come out in a harsh way, or it's going to come out in a healthy way if you allow yourself to go through that process. But as young black boys, you know this, brother Clarence, especially out there where you at, young black boys are not taught to be soft, right?
No.
We act like we are these only masculine men, but you know what we are is a combination of our femininity and masculinity, right? We're a combination of the light and the dark, the yin and the yang, and we don't tap into some of our I gotta say some of our feminine emotions. We don't tell each other we love each other enough. We don't tell each other that we care about each other enough, and we don't show it more than anything else. And I think that's the worst thing that we do. Out there in your city in 1993, they had a convention where the Bloods and the Crips they tied flags together.
I was there.
You said you was there?
I was there. I was there.
Oh man.
I was there. I was at the sports arena. I was at the sports arena when Dr. Carter took the top shot caller of the Bloods and the top shot caller of the Crips and put their hands together. I was there. I was there.
Yeah, see? And I read about that. I only read about it because I was 3 years old. I was 3 years old when that happened. But you know,
yeah.
I just wish that we can have that kind of camaraderie, because to me, that's the beginning of healing. We have ways that we can heal each other without going to a therapist or a psychologist, but we don't even exercise those ways. Like, you know, I just came up here to apologize about the hurt that I did to OG Patrice.
I appreciate
right?
that, man. I appreciate that.
And I genuinely love you, Brother Clarence. I genuinely love OG Patrice. You know, I've been dealing with my own trauma. I've been dealing with PTSD. You know, like I said to you before, I had CPS called on me and my daughter. I had to deal with that. I had to deal with a lot.
I know how that is. I understand, brother, when they just show up and you're like, what? Who called you? Yeah,
exactly, right? And I think the first thing we have to do is we have to pour more love into each other.
I'll see you later, brother. Peace.
We got to pour more love into each other. And for the life of me, Brother Clarence, I don't know why more Black men don't understand that, considering that so many of us are ending up in the ground, are ending up behind bars, our families are torn, our families are suffering, and we choose to continue a path of war that's not benefiting us.
Well,
why is that?
Let me tell you, and let me explain to you a external factor of why that is. There is no media. You can't find one television show, one radio show. The closest thing you can find is something on YouTube or social media that even remotely supports Black men. There is nothing. I mean, heterosexual Black men. Excuse me. There's nothing. No media. No mass media that supports the mental and physical and spiritual health of heterosexual Black men. Therefore, there is no. So when we as young men are trying to, because some of us don't even have a father in the house, right? Or we don't know our fathers, or whatever the case may be. So we trying to find a male figure to pattern ourselves after, right? But the only thing we got is on TV. Many times is brothers, but they from the alphabet community, or they are women. You know, like you said, we got the feminine and the masculine, but many times they will only show men who display the feminine of the situation. So, long story short, we don't have a mass media where the people are shown images of good Black men that are good Black fathers, good heterosexual Black men. The Honorable Elijah called it mass hypnosis. He called the TV mass hypnosis. He said it hypnotizing us, right?
You know what Malcolm X said too. You're a Nation of Islam member. You know what he said? He said the media had the power to make the innocent look guilty and the guilty look innocent.
Of course. But see, that's what most of our people now, they trust when they hear the word news, they think they trust that. They trust with the word news. But actually, if you look on the balance sheet for Viacom and any of these other places, CBS, news is under entertainment. It's under entertainment. It's not the truth. See, it should be under truth, right? This is the truth. But most of the time, it's not. Most of the time, it's just their spin on whatever's going on. So, long story short, brother, we don't have a lot of people like myself or yourself that's interested in creating that atmosphere where young boys can say, oh yeah, you know what? Let me go to Daryl Long's channel, because that's the kind of man I want to be. Or the mother even says, you know what, son, let's watch this video. Let's watch one of Daryl's videos together, right? And she can, break down, and then the little boy can say to the mother, Mom, why did Daryl say that? Why did Daryl say this? Because he's a man, son. He's a man. And sometimes men are going to say things that, sometimes you just going to have to take it. You just got to understand. That's the way it is, right? But there ain't a lot of people out here interested in that, right? What do they call it? When we stand on the square as a man, most of the time, what do they call it? Toxic masculinity. Right? Another barrier between us. So all I'm saying is, brother, we here and we in this space now, and we can put out stuff that we can change lives. There's somebody that can look at Daryl Long's videos and say, man, I'm gonna change my life. If that brother could apologize, look at all the nasty stuff I'm doing. I could apologize. If he could go to his worst enemies and lay his sword down in front of his worst enemies, man, what could I do? See, we don't know how much of an effect we can have. I mean, I'm not saying you're going to reach 1 billion people today, but as your channel grows, people will see, man, because we need some respectable brothers out here, man. We need people like you, young guy, a lot of fire.
Clarence, one show that I wish, and I'm gonna pray that if you need an HBO login, just let me know. There's one show that is talking about mental health, and there's one show that does it in a way that I believe it will help people like myself and some of the elders really understand what some of these children are going through. And the show is called Euphoria. Euphoria on HBO is headlined by a woman named Zendaya. And in the show, I'm not going to spoil it too much, in the show, she loses her father to cancer. While he was going through cancer, apparently he had one of those nurses that didn't really take care of him, and she left drugs laying around. And, this young girl became addicted to drugs. In the show, there's a black man who, he happened to be, like you, my brother, happened to be a member of the Nation of Islam. His name is Amir Muhammad. I believe that was his name. Or was it? It was something Muhammad. Great man. No, Ali. His name was Ali Muhammad. And he helped this woman because, young lady, he was a crackhead. He said it. He's like a stone cold crackhead. I would steal from my daughters and they never will want to talk to me ever again. And it's a show that actually portrays black men as strong men, not just through toxic masculinity, but through healing, right? And he helped her go through her journey of being this girl was doing all kind of drugs, Brother Clarence. I mean, this is middle class, white people type shit. And I've been urging so many of not just young folks, but the elders too, to watch the show and watch it in its totality, because to me, it's the only show that does what you're talking about. It's the only depiction of media that says, this is what young black boys and girls are going through, and this is what you can do to really help them. And the show, it left me in tears because, we see, Zendaya character, she's doing drugs. She's trying to fight her mom. She tried to stab her mom. She's stealing from her friends. She's doing stuff because she's coping with her father's death. She's coping with the fact that now she has to live with this different trauma. And not to mention, Brother Clarence, her mother had lost a husband, and she was also dealing with trauma. So they're both suffering in the same household, and they both are mistreating each other. The mother told, because she had two daughters, she told Zendaya's character, I don't care if you live or die. I only care about my youngest child. And that led her into even more trauma, Brother Clarence. And unfortunately, what we have is we have group trauma nowadays where the parent has trauma, the child has trauma, and neither one of them has access or is trying to get access to free counseling. This is why I put the blackmenheal.org, and I have some ones for women as well. That way people can actually focus on their mental health. Like me, for example, when Christiana went through her schizophrenia, I learned that I had something called secondary trauma. Going through that, dealing with the emotions of anger and rage and resentment, And those, even recently with the stuff that I went through publicly, that sent me through resentment, rage, and ignorance. And I had to pray and I had to seek counsel about that situation. And I'm being super honest because I was dealing with PTSD. I feel like I was my name was being defamed. And I even spoke to you about it. I said, you know, I was willing to go to court to prove these different things. And even that is a traumatic experience in its own. In the same way that Johnny Depp had just been defamed and had to clear his name. You know, so these different things that we refuse to do, the small things like just what I just did with Lady OG Patrice, because I don't have no quarrel with OG Patrice. I actually think that she's very detrimental, not just to myself, but to a lot of young Black people that I know that she what's the word, that she mentors, right? I think that she's very, very, very helpful, and she has been helpful in my life and to my daughter Leia. That is a fact.
Right.
But I, you know, as far as media, because I agree with you, that's actually something I should have thought about.
Well, why don't you do this,
We need better media, like you
Well,
guys had. Y'all had Martin and everything.
Right. Yeah, man, y'all got nothing. Right. So, but what do we got? We got guys like yourself, young guys. Ain't nobody gonna listen to an old fart like me, man. By the time you guys start really listening to me, man, I'll be gone. By the time you guys start listening to, you know what, that dude wasn't as dumb as I thought he was. I'll be down the road, man. But we got guys like yourself, man.
Don't say
Young
that.
guys. You guys said no, it's the truth, brother. I mean, I'm not saying it to be mean. I'm just saying it like the reality is I'm only gonna be here for a short time. You got a lot longer in front of you than I do. That's what let me say it like that. Yeah, you got a lot longer, many more days ahead of you than I do. So we got young guys like you young, you're healthy. Hey man, I mean, you can be that media that we need. You can put out that stuff that we need. That's what we've been telling you for over a year, but this is what we need. I mean, you can be that. You can be one of those guys, and you never know who you could inspire that may do something like you and decide, you know, in a group of you guys get together and say, you know what? Yeah, we made mistakes. You think Brother Clarence out here because you see chicken wings behind me? I ain't got no chicken wings back there. I didn't float down out of the sky. I was a pretty bad dude, you know what I'm saying? You know, I was functioning, but I wasn't the type of dude that I could look in the mirror and say, I'm proud of that guy. I like that guy. I wasn't that guy. It took years for me to get to be that guy. And even if I think about some of the stuff I used to do, I get ashamed. But I thank God for not letting me go back to that. That's why I play that song in the beginning, Relapse. But I'm on because I don't want to relapse. I don't want to go back to that kind of lifestyle. But the point of what I'm saying is, brother, you can be that media. You can. You and all these other guys, instead of bickering with each other, you guys can be that media that we need, that it shows, hey, yeah, you can make a mistake. Okay, I made a mistake. Some people forgive me, some people don't. Okay. But that ain't gonna stop me from stepping out here and doing this work. It's major work out here. It's a lot of work out here. What Jesus say? The harvest is ripe, but the laborers are few, right? A lot of work out here, man. But who's actually wants to attack it, right? Because the work we talking about, me and you, what we talking about right now, that ain't sexy, right?
There's no glory in it. No glory.
Right. And you wouldn't have known none of the stuff I was telling you about my granddaughter if I hadn't said it. And the only reason I said it to prove the point of how I'm in a struggle too. I may not be come out here and saying every time I come on here, but we all struggling. We all dealing with issues. You know what I'm saying? So even your brother, yeah, I'm dealing with issues too. But the point is, what legacy am I gonna leave when you go look at my YouTube videos? Are you gonna see me going back and forth with people? Are you gonna see me dogging people, or are you gonna see me trying to do what we trying to do here? What's the legacy you're gonna see of Daryl Long's videos? Are you gonna see Daryl Long doing what he came on Clarence's show talking about, or are you gonna see something else? I like when you use your brain and you get into doing different things. So what if other people say, so what? I don't care. So what? So what? You know what I'm saying? People done told me, hey, you were on YouTube because you're trying to get money. Really? Dog, I was eating before I got here. I never came here thinking I was gonna sit in the big house. I never came here thinking that. I came here thinking, hey, maybe I can say a word or two here and get, people to look at things from just a different angle so they can live a better life. That's really what I came here for. But if the people decide to, support me, cool. But I never came here like, I gotta hurry up and get all these subscribers so that people will start supporting me. I never looked at it like that, man. So, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I talk about a lot of things that people don't want to talk about. Just like you. Nobody wants to talk about mental health in the Black community. Nobody wants to talk about that. Now, let me ask you this, Daryl. Let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
As a Black man, are you afraid that if I tell you, hey man, why don't you go get some therapy, or why don't you look into getting some therapy? Are you afraid that if you go down there, they're going to talk to you and they're going to find out something about you that you didn't want them to find out? Therefore, you're just not going to go. Is that a reason why you think some men are not going down there?
I think that men are afraid to open up and afraid to be self-reflective of their own awful choices, right? Like even recently, what I went through. If you would grant me to, the permission to say these different things, I had to
Don't
say
use no
to
names,
myself.
girl. Don't use no names.
No, sir. No, of course. Yeah, I know that. I had to, I had to tell myself the harm and cause that I did to some people, to some Black women that were in my life, love bombing them, right? Trauma bonding together. These different things weren't good for myself nor the people involved. And the embarrassment of it, right? The guilt, because, a lot of us, we don't want to shed our skin and turn to a new creature, right? We don't want to show the most vulnerable, darkest parts of us because, because Brother Clarence, when we do share these different things, like how, what happened to myself is weaponized, right? So when I do see young men try to do it, the therapists, they can't weaponize it because they have a legal obligation. But the community, those people do. And unfortunately, we spend so much time, shaming people when they do it. But for me, sir, I've grown to be very transparent about my ups and downs because it's the only way that I know I can genuinely heal. But if I was to go down there, I will always share my whole truth. And I think that most Black men would too if the information wouldn't be weaponized. That's how I feel.
Yeah, man. And I'm feel bad that we think that way about each other. You know what I mean? But I think we're the only ones, because like I was telling Patrice, a white person will come in here and say, I'm going to therapy, no problem. White people tell each other they have therapists and counselors and all that. They don't have no problem. They have no problem saying that. It's not stigmatized over there. But for some reason over here, you stigmatized. And like you said, you'll be shamed. Oh, you got an issue, you got an Achilles heel. And so people will try to use that Achilles heel to try to manipulate you into doing whatever they want you to do. But I'm here to tell you, young man, don't let them do it, man. Don't let nobody manipulate you into nothing, brother. Do whatever you feel is the right thing to do for yourself. You know what I'm saying? So nobody can manipulate you, because ultimately you're the boss of yourself. And I'm the boss of me. And if I allow somebody to manipulate me, it's because I let that other person get in the driver's seat. Same thing with you. You know what I mean? We got to be examples. That to me, the best lesson is by example. If you lead by example, it's hard for people to dispute what you're saying when you lead by example. It's when you say, it's when you make caveats for things that I'm going to do this in this situation, but in this situation I'm going to do this thing, and neither time is serving what you need to be. There's going to be times where you have to have caveats, but we got to be the type of dudes where when these younger guys look up at us, they see solid dudes. And that's the problem, I think, that we don't have, and it's not our fault directly, but we don't have enough media programming. Why? Because solid black men are not sexy. They're just not. You can't sell a show. You can't go into HBO, well, not HBO, but you can't go into Showtime, or what's the other one? Showtime Stars. You can't go in there and say, I got a show about a black man that pays his bills on time, that takes care of his kids, and is loving to his wife, and he loves his family. I got a show about that. I want to do that. They're gonna laugh you right out of there, right? But if you walk in there and say, I got a show about a drug dealer, a serial killing drug dealer, his serial killing son, their serial killing friend, and a bunch of other different misfits in there, come right in, sit down, right? So we're gonna have to be that change that we're looking for, right?
I agree, man. It's too many people watching stories like Power and Ghost and Tommy, and even the situation with and while we on that, brother Clarence, I'm not sure if you watch Power, but Tariq St. Patrick, I'm sorry if you don't watch it. This is a spoiler, but Tariq St. Patrick, he deleted his father. That has caused him trauma, and then he lost his sister. Yes, his sister. Yes, and to go and I watched his show, and he never even seek therapy. I was so disappointed in the writing of that story, because one of the things I know for a fact, coming from Detroit, Michigan, and I hate to bring these two brothers up. This is not no content creators, but Mr. Demetrius Flannery and his brother Terry Flannery.
Yeah,
both of those brothers committed deletions of other brothers before they even graduated high school. Yeah. But Terry, I've spoken to Terry. This is on lay. I spoke to Terry recently.
I thought Terry was passed away. He's still alive?
No, yeah. Brother Terry is alive. Brother Terry is alive. Southwest T is breathing. And we actually lost one of our brothers last night. Rest in peace to my brother Dan Hutchinson, the owner of Hutch Jewelry. We lost him last night, shot in broad daylight and robbed. And and we cried about that, because that was somebody who he took young men like us in.
Yeah.
He took us in, Brother Clarence, and he helped us. That was something that I cried about last night, and I'm going to talk to my therapist about, because it really broke my heart to see somebody who spent thousands of dollars and time and energy to help brothers like me and Mr. Flannery. And one thing that we need to do is we need to promote that amongst the real culture. We need people like that's in the media. We need the shows to do it. So like,
not gonna happen, girl. Not gonna happen.
And that's what I realized, because when I email certain people like Mr. Flannery to talk to his nephew Demetrius Jr. Like he said the same thing that you said. It's not gonna happen, because the young boys, they really, for some reason, Brother Clarence, they cling to the violence, and it's almost like, and I hate to say it, but it's like they getting paid to destroy themselves. And there was an old proverb that I used to read, 2 proverbs. The first one that says, the boy will burn down the village. The boy who is unloved will burn down the village to feel its warmth. And I always correlate that back to the Black Panther story of Killmonger, how his father was murdered. His father was deleted, and he watched his father came up and he watched his father's blood spill out of him. Couldn't do nothing. And what did he do? He came back to Wakanda and almost burnt it down. And the second proverb is, one of the best ways people destroy themselves is when they become the weapon of their own destruction. And Brother Clarence, you watched me over a year, and I was the weapon of my own destruction, Brother Clarence.
I'm glad you said it, brother. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It was you.
But I can admit that, Brother Clarence. I have to admit it now, to see my own self-reflection. My relationship didn't work out. The love that let me not even talk about that, because that alone hurts my feelings still. But a lot of stuff didn't work out because I was the weapon of my own destruction. That's a fact. And what's worse is many of us do it because we get paid to do it. I used to say this all the time. I used to say, man, crime pays. Crime pays.
It does.
You know what I'm saying? Tupac said, and even though you sell rocks, it feels good putting money in your mailbox. I love paying rent when the rent's due. But what we not understanding is these different lifestyles and choices that we make, they are self-destructive. And it almost, for myself, even though you and Rico once said it almost changed my relationship with you guys, it altered my relationship with OG Patrice, it altered my relationship with people in the space that I genuinely love to death, literally. And so many of us refuse to look at and step back and say, you might be the problem, my brother. You might be the reason why all of this is going haywire. And if you don't change, you're going to burn in the same village that you burn to feel its warmth. You're going to end up a pile of ashes too. And unfortunately, so many of us become the weapon of our own destruction. And before we have a chance to reconcile with those choices, many of us, as you know, we end up incarcerated. We end up felons. We end up not having the ability to apply for jobs, housing, right? And when you become a certain type of felon, you don't have access to your children as well. The courts will never grant it. So I think that one of the things that we must do, in my opinion, as young Black men, is, for one, we got to listen. That was a big problem why I was the weapon of my own destruction, because I had people like you, like OG Patrice, like Rico, that said, Daryl, do this. And I said, you know what? I'm going to do it, Brother Clarence. And as soon as I leave y'all presence, gun loaded, words is ready to be weaponized, right?
Wait a minute. Stop, Daryl. Stop. Because you know how many arrows we've got? Because we were told that situation you just said wasn't happening. People was jumping on it. I'm glad you said that, brother. Thank you for saying it. All right, go ahead, brother.
No, and even with that, I had to reconcile with the fact that even the people who loved me, like you, and
Daryl, you kind of went out. Oh man, he just getting to the good part. He getting to the good part, and now he kind of. Daryl,
can you hear me now? My bad. I got
a
phone call.
Okay.
Yeah, let me put it on Do Not Disturb. My bad.
No problem.
But many of us do not listen. That's why I said, I'm at the point now where I used to hear your advice, and I used to say, you know what, that sounds good, but I got my own plan.
Right, I know.
And those plans were self-destructive and created out of spite and hate. Right? That's a fact. And it led me to losing people that I could never replace. Not in a million lifetimes, to be honest. Not in a million lifetimes. And even that is something that we have to reconcile with for the rest of our lives. And truth be told, I'm gonna say this publicly, and I'm not saying no name still, but when I lost certain people in my life that I could never replace, it made me realize that the sword that I was swinging at other people, thinking that I was defending myself, I was just burying it right into myself. I was buried into myself, and I was doing you a dishonor, and the people like my mother and father a dishonor. And I had to really reconcile with that, to be honest.
I'm gonna tell you, man. I've lived a long time, brother. So I've done some bad stuff, man. And some people forgave me, some people didn't, man. There's some people out there right now walking around. If they see Brother Clarence, man, they're gonna look at him with a side eye. Even though I apologize, even though I said, hey, my mentality was this place at that time, and I've broken all that down to the people I could. But you know what I'm saying? I can't stop. I can't say, okay, well, it's just gonna be the way it's gonna be. They're gonna handle it the way they're gonna handle it. But I gotta keep moving forward, just like you moving forward, brother. So keep moving forward, man. That's all I want to say. Please continue, because you hitting them out of the park tonight. So keep, I want you to continue.
No, yeah, I realized that, I read a book after everything had happened recently called The Four Agreements. Read it very quickly because it was sticking to me, Brother Clarence, like, I hate to use this analogy, but like flies on shit, right?
Yeah.
It really stuck to me. And I have the book right here in my hand. The
Okay.
first agreement says, be impeccable with your word, speak with integrity, say only what you mean, avoid using the word to speak against yourself or to gossip about others, like I did with OG Patrice recently. Use the power of your word in the direction of truth and love. Brother Clarence, was I using my word for truth and love in the last year?
I would say not so much.
I would say not at all. I would say almost every time I open my mouth, y'all know what was about to happen. War.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
And I had to realize, I really came to the thing. I was moving with zero integrity. And I'm not saying that to win any favor with anybody. I'm saying it because it's the truth. Daryl Long moved with zero integrity.
I'm not arguing with you, brother. I'm just listening.
And my lack of integrity, my lack of using my words the right way, only in truth and love, it led to me basically shooting myself in my right foot, right? Cutting my own Achilles down,
I would say so.
Losing people. And I thank God that people like you and Rico haven't left me, but I lost people that are irreplaceable, literally. And truth be told, those people are better off without me. They better off without.
Let me tell you this, Daryl. There's nobody that can be replaced. In other words, people just want to see you serious, man. Because a lot of things, times we've had these discussions, and like you said, hey guys, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, and then it only lasted for so long, right? I think people will be more won over by your they see, like you said, your integrity, which means you stick to what you said you're gonna do, and you stick to your movements, and your movements match your words. That's what people are looking for, brother. I think you can win anybody back because you're a very charismatic guy. You can win anybody back, but they want to see you. They just want to see you do the work. Okay, so you're doing the first part of the work, which is the self-reflection. Now comes the major part of the work, which is the work, the doing stuff that you say you're gonna do and following through with it. That's the major work. So you can get anybody back, brother. You can. You can. You just, you said, and I'm not saying you go out and try to get them back. The way you get them back is just do your work. They will be attracted to you once they see that people that I heard, once they saw me moving in a different way, they came to me. They came to me and wanted to get hooked back up with me. So you can do it, brother.
And those words actually, they sparked hope in me that wasn't there formerly, right? And I thank you for that, because that was one of the things that I think that I do and other Black men do once we get into these situations is we beat ourselves down.
Right.
We tell ourselves that we not shit. We tell ourselves that we deserve. I said that recently to myself all the time, and a piece of my mind to tell me, I said, you know what? I got what I deserved. And she said, no, you didn't. You got the result of your actions, but you didn't get what you deserve.
I was just going to say the same exact thing.
And even with me saying I got what I deserve, that's a self-pity action. That isn't self-reflection. That isn't accountability, right? So I had to, one of the things that I do now, and I'm glad you said that, because I have to live in this truth. I can't just speak it to you guys on the panel 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. This has to be a lifelong endeavor. And if it's not, then I will burn again and I will lose again. But I will fuse after what I've been through, and I get what you said, I can replace anybody. And like I said, that sparked the hope in me that was not there before. But
some will come, brother, and some won't. So you can't worry about that. You got to worry about making Daryl Long's word has to be golden. Golden.
Impeccable.
Right. We have a saying in the nation, you know, my words, you know, my life shall pass before my word shall fall. Because you don't want you want your word to be that impeccable. Brother Daryl, I'm gonna bring up OG Patrice. She wants to come on the panel, so I'm gonna bring her up. All right, you good?
Of course, sir. Yes, sir.
Sis.
Hey, can you
I
hear me?
thought you was dancing on some stage in Vegas. You mean you still here?
Yes, I told you I was going back down in the chat. I want to listen, but I'm a fair person, and I thought about the part that I gave that person the opportunity to come on a panel and try to make things right, and she came and she continued to spin the toxicity and the drama and the narrative, right? So I said to myself, if I allowed her to have that opportunity, I should allow the opportunity to come up here and face Darrell while he's telling his story. So I want to say to you, I appreciate the fact that you told the truth. I appreciate the fact that you set the record straight, because I was very disappointed and hurt that you allowed that narrative to be spent as if I was talking about her all the time to you. And even when she said what she said, you allowed it to go. You didn't correct it. And that's why I said apologies and all of that means nothing if you don't correct the behavior. And for you to sit on the panel and say, I want to be clear, and I want you to say it because I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Well, yes, I'll say it again. I have no problem saying it again. To be clear, and I won't say that young lady's name. Like I told you, Brother Clarence, OG Patrice only came to me one time and only once, regarding some of the matters that was happening behind closed doors. She never, ever, ever came to me again speaking about that individual ever again, not once. Just to make that clear from Daryl Long.
And thank you, Daryl. I really appreciate you telling the truth. That's all I ever wanted. And I accept your apology and I forgive you because you made it right. And correction is everything. So I appreciate you for that. I wish you nothing but the best because you know that I know that the potential that I saw in you, I never doubted that you still had that in you, and I still don't doubt that. So I want you to continue to move it in the light that you're moving and lead by example, because there are others that who's now are sitting on your shoulders, just like you sat on ours, me, Bro Clarence, Rico, JP. There's people now that is going to have to be on your shoulders, Darrell. So you're going to have to show them differently, just like we showed you. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. That's the best example you can give to me, is to move forward in truth and integrity and continue to be on this path that you on. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. That's all I wanted to say, Bro Clarence. I wanted to give the opportunity the same way it was given to her.
We appreciate you, sis.
And there is no narratives up here being spent right now. And I so appreciate that. I so appreciate that.
Yeah, he's cleaning up a lot of he's cleaning out the closet today, huh?
And it's okay. It's all good. It's all good. I love it.
Shout out to Daryl Long. Shout out to OG Patrice. Shout out to everybody that's, you know, willing to take a look and say, man, maybe I can make this right. Shout out to the people that you know, there's people out there now.
We all got to take a look inside ourselves.
Exactly. There's people out there right now.
We all got to do our part in that.
that they got to make that decision, and they got to walk up to their wife, walk up to their husband, and or child or their daughter or their mother or whatever, and they got to make it right. They got to say whatever, and you don't know what's gonna happen. He came up here, he didn't know what's gonna happen, but he said his piece. So good, it worked out, better than I expected for him. So good for him, good for you, OG. I'm glad he was able to square that with you, and that's that.
All right, I'm going back in the chat.
Thank you, OG.
See you later.
Clarence, one of the things I want to say too is
See, you take one step, and everybody's gonna take two to you. I'm trying to tell you, man. But they just got to see you move in a different way. They can't see you going to where your old footprints are. They got to see new footprints, and you take a step to them, and with new footprints, they're gonna take two steps to you, brother. If you coming in the right spirit, which she obviously felt you was in the right spirit, brother. All right, sorry to interrupt you, Daryl. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I actually 1,000% agree with you, and I want to say this too. I have been hurt in the last month, deeply hurt, Brother Clarence. Deeply hurt, more hurt than my words. I don't have enough words to express the type of hurt that I've been through, and the type of hurt that I'm still experiencing. To be perfectly honest with you, sir, that hurt, as you know, Rico has said to me before, hurt people.
Yeah.
I was so broken, heartbroken, spiritually broken, and that's one thing that I wish that many of us learn how to deal with better as well, which is one of the reasons why I seeked out a piece of my mind, and I spoke to her about every single thing that I was feeling and I was going through, because my hurt, and when you see certain things happening and you see anybody participate, I even told you, Brother Clarence, you had a conversation. I said, Clarence, you participated in that. And you said, no, Brother Long, I didn't. And you saw how upset I was. I was very frustrated, frustrated, but I had no right. I had no right to deal my hurt onto others. And that's something that I think that I wish I would have learned a year ago before I started a YouTube channel, because a lot of things that I have done, even when I spoke to Brother Anton, me and him, we both apologized online and offline, because we were both hurt by the things that we both did.
Right.
Extremely hurt. And I don't wish to deal my hurt on anybody else any longer. If I had the opportunity to make amends with everybody who I have hurt, the men and the women in these spaces and offline, then I'm going to do just that. And like I said, anything that's asked of me in order to reconcile and not even to build the bridges and repair them, but really to just repair the hurt, I would do. And
your movements gonna repair that hurt, Daryl. Your movements. You ain't gonna have to, like you just saw an example of what I said. If people see you moving right, they're gonna come to you. The ones that got the heart to. Some of them won't. You gotta accept that. Some people are gonna always be on that bull, but most of the people, if they see you moving, they see you taking one step towards good, they're gonna take two towards you. I'm telling you. All you ain't got to go try to fix nothing, go do nothing. But if somebody directly asks you for something and you can give it to them, fine. But you ain't got to go seek nobody else. Trust me, everybody's gonna be watching what you do. We all watching you. Yeah, they in the bushes watching you. Everybody's watching you right now. At this moment, right now, we all watching you, because we want to see, okay, is Daryl gonna stick with this, or is Daryl gonna not stick with it? That's all. If you stick long enough, bro, everybody's gonna be trying to find you. They will. Most of them will try to find you, brother. You ain't got. So I don't want you to think, well, I'm gonna go out here and I'm gonna try to, make amends this with You ain't got to do that, man. Just move different. Move like a man. We as men, unfortunately, there's some things we have to accept about manhood, man. And one of the things we have to accept about manhood is when you make a mistake, it's huge. When you're doing good, it's this big. Right? Right? You're a man, you understand when your children come in the house and they turn on, everybody comes in, turns on the lights, they turn on the stove, they turn on everything. They don't say, thanks, Dad, yay, we got it. Once again, the lights came on, yay. They don't say nothing. You just have to accept, man, that if you in the man business for claps, views, and likes, you're in the wrong business. You're in the wrong business, man. But
or validation, correct.
Just be yourself, brother. Just be yourself. Be the best person you can be. Not for me, not for Patrice, not for no. Be your best person you can be for yourself and for your family, brother. Your daughter needs to see what a man looks like when she goes out into this world and she decides, hey, I want to mate select somebody. She needs to have a blueprint of what she needs to see, and she needs to have, and you are that blueprint. That's whether you want to be the blueprint or not. That's not the issue. The issue is you are the blueprint. So whatever you showing her, that's what she gonna run out there and get. If you showing her a crazy man that don't have his faculties and is too afraid to admit that, that's what she gonna run out there and get. But if you showing her a man that's strong enough to say, hey, you know what? Maybe I got an issue I need to deal with. It's okay that I go and get some professional help with that. That's okay. I'm good with that. And let me lead my family the way I want. You know what I'm saying? Because we need a guy like you. See, I don't do too many joke videos and stuff. You do. You do a lot of different stuff, right? You make fun and stuff. See, we need that. We need everybody. We can't just have dudes like me that's all, hitting all these topics that nobody wants to talk about. We can't have that. We got to have comedians. We got to have people that have the more creativity and all that. We got to have all of these. So you're a very important dude. That's what we've been trying to tell you. But we don't want you to do anything for us. We want you to do it all for yourself. You are worth it. You are worth it, not us. You're worth it. Then your family is worth it. You dig what I'm saying, man?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And I appreciate this opportunity for you bringing me on, my brother. And one thing else, I would say that has helped me in is you and Brother Rico and OG Patrice patience. The patience that y'all shown me, many others have not, and I appreciate that genuinely.
Always. We might have to say, we if we see something and we try to tell you something, and you say, hey, I'm gonna do it this way. If we see you do it that way, we may just say, okay, we gotta leave him alone, let him do his thing. But we always there. The door is always open. What I tell you, my door is always open.
And I appreciate that, because y'all the opposite of my OGs here in Detroit. My OGs in Detroit move like how I've been moving over the last year, which is why some of my behaviors were the way it was. I had to really, pay attention who I seek my counsel from. So I appreciate you guys' patience with me. And I'm gonna go ahead. I got this fish cooking. I'm gonna feed my baby girl. She loves fish. And I love you guys. I'll be in the chat as well, Brother Clarence. You enjoy the rest of your show, sir.
You too, and appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. I'm gonna close it out right now anyway. Thank you, Brother Daryl. Appreciate you, man.
God bless you. Love you, sir. Assalamu alaikum as well.
Alaikum salam, sir. Thank you, brother.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Wow. Shout out to Don Frank. Don, you act like black people now. You come all late. You didn't even see everything that happened. Come on, Don. You should have came in at the beginning, Don. Shout out to Don Frank. My sister. All right, so I'm gonna close it out. Let me see. Let me get the right banner up here, y'all. Let's see. I'm closing out. The old man is hungry. I got a veggie sandwich over there. I gotta knock that out real quick. Where's my Where's my? Oh, here we go. All right, y'all. What happened? Me and Patrice spent the whole show talking about mental health, mental illness, mental health, and you know, how to deal with that. And here comes Daryl out of nowhere saying, "Yeah, I'm in therapy. I'm getting therapy for my situation." Did we make fun of him? Did we hold that against him? Did we put no? I think that was a very strong move, right? To me, that's a very strong move. To know you got a issue and to step in there and deal with it. To me, that's a smart man would deal with his issues. A not so smart man lets the issue turn into something that is out of control, right? So we talked about, what did we talk about? We talked about mental illness for the most part. We started off with narcissism, then we moved into mental illness, and then we start trying to decide, man, how can we me and Patrice were trying to think, man, how can we get it to where in the black community, black men don't feel like stigmatized about going and getting their skull checked out, or you know what I mean? But I know as a man why men don't want to do that, because men don't want to show no weaknesses. They feel like their woman is going to step off if they show that there are any weaknesses. They think they have to compete. But let me tell you something. You have to compete. If a woman leaves you because you got some issue, then really probably best that she go anyway. You know what I'm saying? I've had some health challenges and my wife haven't left me yet. So, but let me tell you, Brother Clarence has put in a lot of good work. I made some mistakes. Don't get me wrong. I wasn't no choir boy, but I definitely put in a lot of good work, a lot of good times, a lot of work. So that's what we have to do, man. We have to treat people good, and so that when something comes up, the person ain't gonna be like, "Oh, I'm out now." I'm not gonna let you mistreat me and be sick and mistreat me. That's not gonna happen, right? All right, y'all. Let's wrap this thing up. Who do we have on the panel today? We have OG Patrice. Woo! Super huge. Solid performance. First of all, everybody in the chat, solid performance. Solid performance by everybody in the chat. Even Don and Marcus, they got here late. The two not black people came in late like black people. What's wrong with y'all? Y'all hanging out with us too much. You guys should be in the beginning. But shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to everybody in the chat. You guys did a great job in the chat. Asked good questions. Kept it going. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Thank you guys for showing up. Patrice came on. What do y'all think about OG Patrice? Solid. I mean, solid performance, right? Solid performance. Solid performance, right? We talked about so many different things, and as usual, she came in, solid performance. Daryl Long came in. He didn't know what was going to happen, right? He didn't know what was going to happen. He took a chance. Hey, let me take a chance on putting this together right. We'll see. We got to, like I told him, we got to watch. We got to watch what you do and see if it matches what you say. And if it does, people are going to come out of the woodworks to forgive you. Most will, some won't. It's okay. You can't worry about the ones that won't. You got to worry about the ones that will. You can't worry about the ones that won't. You got to worry about the ones that will. Right? I can't worry about, you know what I'm saying? I can't worry about the people that are not going to listen to me. I got to worry about the ones that will listen to me. Right? That's why I do this. I'm not worried about class. the 15 billion people that's on YouTube, most of them are not going to listen to you. I know. I ain't worried about those. I'm worried about the ones that are. I'm worried about the 10 or 11 that are. The 10 or 11 that are going to listen to me. Those are the ones I'm worried about, right? Their law came in, man. I mean, he said, I'm going for it. I'm going for it. I'm going to make it right with the sister if I can. If I can. If I can't, I can't. But if I can, I can. He swung. Pop! Hit it right on out of the park. Hit it out of the park. Hit it out of the park. Because people can see if you're genuine. People can see if you're genuine, man. People can see that. Especially older people. We done seen so many different people, man. We know if we can see if you gaming us already. We can see if you gaming us. Younger people can't see it, but older people, I got 3 sons. I've been gamed all kind of different ways. Them 3 dudes have gamed me all kind of different ways. There's really nothing new under the sun. Nobody gonna say nothing to me crazy that I'm not gonna recognize pretty much right off the bat. I might not say nothing to you, I might not confront you, but I mean I could see right away. Anyway, Daryl came in, didn't know what he was gonna get, right? Stepped out there, leap of faith. Leap of faith. Stepped out there. Worked out for him. Worked out for him. But like I said, that was the easy part. The easy part is saying what you're going to do. The hard part is doing what you said you was going to do. So that's the part. Your integrity, like he said, integrity matters. Because people only want to be with it. I only want to be in relationships where integrity counts. You guys, Clarence, why you got Rico on the show? Rico curse, Rico da-da-da-da. But Rico don't lie. Rico don't lie. That's why I appreciate Rico. I know a lot of people don't like Rico's personality, right? But that's because y'all don't really know Rico. See, if you know Rico, all that huffing and puffing, that's the front part. If you really get to Rico's, behind all of that, Rico is a really good dude, man, a really good dude. But you got to withstand all of that huffing and puffing. If you can do that, you'll get to know a really good dude. But people used to say the same thing to us about Daryl. Why are you guys hanging there with Daryl? Why are you guys hanging there with him? Don't you see that he's this and he's that? Why are you hanging there? Oh, you elders now. Now you an elder. He ain't listening to you. What kind of elder are you? He ain't listening to you. He don't listen to nothing you say. You must be giving bad advice. Right? I'm glad the young man came up here and told them, hey, we were giving advice. He just wasn't listening to it, right? Shout out to Daryl. But they went up and down with it. Well, yeah, just give up on them. Even Patrice. I know JP got it. Just give up on them. No. We may not follow him down this path that he's going, or he was going rather, but if he ever need to make that call, my door is always open. My phone is always open. So when you say that to people, they just dismiss themselves from us. From, you know what I'm saying? Maybe they were gonna pull us in. Maybe they were gonna give us a shot on the mothership, right? Or maybe they was gonna give us a shot on Sage Talk. Whoop, we done now. But hey, I'm glad for Daryl. Daryl is, maybe they'll look out for Daryl and let Daryl come up there and he can talk. He's an intelligent dude. He can talk about a lot of different topics. So maybe they can, they'll give him a shot up there. Me and Rico, man, we are done. We're done. Patrice probably no. Patrice still can get into a lot of different places. Shout out to Patrice. She can still get into a lot of places. Me and Rico, we done, man. We done, man. They done dropped a ton of bricks on us, man. We're done. But I ain't hurting. You know what I'm saying? We not hurting over here, man. Shout out to the mothership. Keep doing the work you're doing, and shout out to the mothership. But the point is, Daryl came over here. He didn't know what was gonna happen. But he stepped out on lethal faith, and Patrice you know, accepted his step. She took a step towards him, and you know, it happened. It happened. So I mean, so is Daryl forgiven? I don't know about forgiven, but definitely, well, I mean, forgiven, yes. Forgotten? I don't know about forgotten. I don't know if it's bygones be bygones just at this point. I think we're going to have to see a little more work before we say, oh, okay, yeah, that was the old Daryl, right? I think we're going to have to see a little more work. And I think the young man understands that. We're going to have to see a little more work, right? But Daryl Long came in, man, oh my God, man. He was hitting them out of the park. Hit one out of the park for me and Rico, hit one out of the park for Patrice. And the biggest one, he hit one out of the park for himself. He hit one out of the park for himself. You know what I mean? So, you know, what do y'all think? What do y'all think about today's show? Are we trying to help people? Are we trying to make things better for people? I mean, we're not perfect. I'm not perfect. Patrice not perfect. Daryl certainly not perfect. None of us are perfect, but we're trying to make things better, right? We're trying to make things better. He came over here not for himself. At least I don't believe it. He came over here to try to show Patrice that, hey, you know, I really feel bad about what I said. I really feel bad about that. Okay. So time will tell if he's continuing that to live in that philosophy of self, what's called that self, holding self accountable, self accountability. We got to see. Okay. Who else was on the platform? I was on the platform. You guys remember me? I was on the platform for a little while, right? I think I did okay. Big Rick said me and Patrice had strong performance today, right? I think Patrice and Daryl, strong performance, both of them. Strong performance, strong performance, strong performance. This is what people need to see. You know what I'm saying? It don't always have to be a whole lot of hollering, screaming, hooping, and hollering. It could be, you know what I'm saying? Somebody can, if somebody's willing to be sincere about what they say and then start moving in that direction, I think most people can respect that because we've all made mistakes. We've all done things that we ain't happy about, we ain't proud about. So everybody, we can respect that. All right, y'all. So that was it. We talked about narcissism. We talked about mental health, especially for Black men. We want to unstigmatize it. We want to have it so that Black men don't feel bad about going and getting looked at. And if you say to yourself, okay, well, I want to get somebody that look at me, but they of my faith or they of, well, okay, whatever. I want a doctor that kind of has the same kind of skin tone as me, same kind of culture as me. Okay, whatever. But the important thing is to get with somebody if you feel like somebody is, if you have an issue, or if you feel like somebody else have an issue, maybe suggest it to them. Why don't you go talk to somebody? Why don't you go talk to somebody if you have these issues? When we think something's wrong with people, we got to stop making fun of people because they might have mental issues. Mental issue. I had a relative that was close to me that was crazy. That she is still alive. I want to say but she is really crazy, just out of her mind. Every time she comes around, she gets on everybody's nerves. And I was like, damn, what? I didn't even want her around. But then my wife was telling me the story about how she got armed. She got armed. That explained a lot. See, she wasn't running around telling everybody that story. My wife just happened to know it. But she saw my disgust for this person growing so bad, she said, look, I got to tell you, this is what's going on. Now, I got a lot more patience with the lady. I got a lot more patience with her because I realized she's a damaged individual. She doesn't really get counseling. She doesn't get it. She doesn't go get it. She can get it, but she doesn't do it. She doesn't feel that she needs it. But what can I do? What can I do? But we got to have more. We got to have more patience. Now, I'm not saying you have, patience for stuff that your safety is going to be at risk. No, once your safety is that personal safety is at risk, then you gotta set some boundaries there. But you see somebody acting a certain way, you say to yourself, something's not right there. That's what I used to always say about this person. Something's not right there. Find out later she had been armed. Okay? That's not something any of us want to see happen to anybody, right? But it certainly explained a lot of her weird behavior. Certainly, it gave me the ability to have more patience for her, because I realized she wasn't just doing that because she just wanted to cause a pain to everybody. It was an issue that she had that was undealt with. Let's try to treat our people with let's try to be more understanding for them. I'm not saying you got to take somebody that's crazy and bring them in your house, but let's try to have more understanding for them, especially in these YouTube streets. Brother came on and said, hey, I was going through a lot. I had all this pain going on, this and that. Should we discount that? So what? We all got pain, right? Or should we say, yeah, brother, I'm going through something too, so I understand you probably having this issue. Let's think about it. Let's don't be so quick to throw our people in the trash can. All right. So I will see y'all on the next one. If y'all have any comments, y'all let me know in the comment section. Tell Patrice if you thought she did a good job. Tell Patrice. Tell Daryl if you think Daryl did a good job. Go over to Daryl's page. Tell Daryl if he did a good job. Tell Patrice, leave a comment here for Patrice, and tell Patrice if she did a good job. I think they both did a good job. Outstanding. That's the way it should look like when two people are trying to, take their foot off the gas. That's what it should look like, in my opinion. All right, y'all, I'm going to go. I think I'm going to have another one Saturday morning. I don't know. I don't know about the lady with the homeless thing, because she called me today and said she had somebody had broken her car and took her laptop and a lot of her possessions out here in LA. So I don't know if she's going to be available, but I'll reach out to her. And then she had some other issues come up today, so I don't know. We'll see. If not, I wanted to talk to the Oracle. I wanted to debate her on Saturday. She is a woman that, when I say she has a strong dislike for Kevin Samuels' points, and for some reason she's got in her head that I'm one of his best supporters. So she likes to ask me Kevin Samuels questions, and so I just answer what I answer. But we will probably be here debating on that Saturday. So don't miss out. And of course, Sunday, is a regular show where we do the Black History Minute, the news, and everything else, the job of the week, and so on and so forth. Right? All right. So I will see y'all over here on Sunday for sure. All right. Peace.